What's up, guys? It's your boy Talk Williams, host and creator Hip Hop 50th. And as soon as I can find the live screen, I will act like I got some better sense. And there it is right there. Hopefully it'll pop right up. And there goes my camera right there off to my left. I want to say good morning to many, good night to many. Why? Because it's basically midnight Chicago time. Yeah. So if you're on the West Coast, it's only 10 p.m. If you're on the East Coast, it's already 1 a.m. And you know how it goes, guys. Um, it's the 22nd of November. We have about 40 days left in this year, and then it's just 2026 on and popping. Sorry about it, guys, but you know, this is the Poor Man's Podcast, so I have to check my sound to make sure I'm either talking to myself or that you guys can hear me. That's what's important right now. So, hey, I got to do what I got to do. But anyway, how was your weekend so far? It is Saturday. We got one more day left. If you're a football fan, NFL that is, you're probably looking forward to Shador Sanders getting his first start in the NFL game with the Cleveland Browns in about, I don't know, 20 hours from now or something. Yeah, something like that. Maybe 16 hours from now. If you're a college football fan, you saw the Colorado Buffaloes with Shador Sanders' dad, Deion Sanders, as the head coach, leading them to, unfortunately, another defeat. But anyway, I think I'm good. Let me check real quick. I do apologize for the lighting. My lighting isn't good. I should have pointed it or turned it on differently here, but it is, as Cam and Mace say, it is what it is. Anyway, I just wanted to stop through and have sort of a chat or a conversation about AI, artificial intelligence, and the way that it has exposed this factory style model or teaching that currently exists in the majority of schools throughout the United States. Now, if you go to a private school or something like that, you may have a different experience. But for 98% or well over 90% of public schools, the model is definitely a factory style. It's a one size fit all teaching paradigm. And I mean, I guess it works for the most part. But fortunately and unfortunately for some, the advent of artificial intelligence has exposed that factory style model way of teaching, that one size fit all for all the students in the classes or the different grade levels just isn't where it should be, and it's time to move on to something different, especially now with artificial intelligence, with AI, with agentic AI, and all of the LLMs and other things that are available technically. We have options. And what's going to rapidly happen, no matter how slow that they say it'll be, no matter how long-winded or laborious it might appear to be, like a drip, 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 before you know it, it's just like they said in state property, get down or lay down. Meaning, if you're not with the program, AI and everything that comes with it will roll you straight over. And that's going to be everywhere from the institutions of higher learning to school teachers to the faculty to public school systems, all of it. It has to be revamped. It has to be overhauled. It will be by force, by compelling. However it's going to happen, it's going to happen. And it's necessary. I mean, when we talk about college degrees, when we talk about how kids are taught, even at the collegiate level, how professors teach young adults to prepare for their career, what's going to happen? What are they seeing different? What is the cadence? What are the new roles? How are teachers going to be redefined? What is going to happen with that? That current structure, that everything is like the one size fit all, the factory model. Just spit them out, just spew them out, just group them together with a whole bunch of crafty nothings and give them a degree and tell them to go for it. Right now, that whole idea, as much as it has been talked about and recognized as being inept and efficient and not really worthy of producing the great amongst the greatest, let's just say that, AI has come to assist or act as a catalyst for change. Let's just say that. Okay? I'm going to play a clip, a couple different clips to make the point. And these clips were taken 7 years ago, 8 years ago, some of them 10 years ago, some of them, or most of them, this year. When they're talking about the economy, when they talk about knowledge workers, when they talk about students, new college graduates, the unemployment rate for new college graduates are higher than the unemployment rate for the nation. That's right, the unemployment rate in the United States hovers somewhere around the middle 5.0%, closer to 6 at times. The unemployment rate for new college graduates, a little more than 4%. But the unemployment rate for new college graduates has a trajectory to 6%. So that means these college grads, especially the ones in the tech field, the ones that will become knowledge workers, it doesn't matter what the domain, those jobs are no longer readily available. And they just face that strife, they face that wall, they face that market that's not friendly with them right now. A lot of these college kids or young adults, they're getting these interviews to no avail. They can't go nowhere with it. It's not getting them anywhere. But like I said, I'm going to play some clips, a couple of the initial ones. They're going to be from 8 to 10 years ago. And they're going to be from who are now CEOs of large companies. Mark Zuckerberg, Facebook. That's right. Elon Musk. That's right. Dario Amodei. Correct. The author of Freakonomics, Stephen Levitt. Google's technology officer, Ben Gomez or Ben Gomes. Even down to some of the politicians that are well aware of how the job market, how the knowledge economy will be affected by artificial intelligence, even the perils, the apparent danger, the possible disaster behind something like AI. These are just the realities that if you have young kids in the 4th grade, in the 3rd grade, in the 6th grade, in the 7th grade, 9th, 10th, about to graduate from high school, you have young adults, other kids going into college, young adults coming out of college. Yesterday's market ain't today's market. And even when we talk about markets and you look at your 401k or you look at your 403b or whatever that investment plan is, where there's money managers or companies that your corporation or whoever you work for hire to actually handle the investments, the monies, yeah, you probably made anywhere from 15 to 20% earnings increase, anywhere from 12% increase just for this year alone. But that's the market. That's investment. That's the stock market. That's not the economy. So as you make more money in your 401ks and your other benefit plans, you really don't experience that enjoyment when it comes to the price of something like a head of lettuce, butter, margarine, eggs, gasoline, and different things like that. You don't feel as good. You don't feel like you're making that money. You feel like it's just costing you more for everything, from bread to crackers to peanut butter and jelly. It's just an ongoing cycle. But anyway, I do want to kind of stay focused over here on how AI has exposed the current paradigm, the current models of teaching, as well as what it means in the institutions of higher learning. So I'm going to start with Mark Zuckerberg. 7 years ago, Mark Zuckerberg was visiting one of these colleges or universities in Virginia. And he was asked by some of the Bachelor of Science program seniors who were graduating that year about a college degree, about a BS certificate or Bachelor's of Science college degree. And this was his response to that question in terms of whether it will really make a difference for people. And this was 7 years ago.
Up front, Mark.
How you doing? My name is Tolly McMillan. I'm a sophomore political science student from the great Commonwealth of Virginia. Next governor. But my question to you, I want to thank you for coming here. My question for you, do you think a bachelor's degree with your experience with college and everything, do you think a bachelor's degree is their key to attaining success?
Ooh, I am not your role model on this one. Yeah, absolutely. Stay in school. Look. Be real. I think it helps. I loved the time that I spent in college. I wish I could have gotten more time. I did not choose to leave. I just happened to build Facebook, and it kind of made me leave. But if I had the opportunity to learn for 2 more years in college, I mean, college is this magical time, right, where you get to explore different interests and focus on different things and meet great people. And that is not something that I would have wanted to have given up. And if I could have magically if I could have done Facebook in my senior year, I would have done that. Or after I left, I would have done that, and I wish I could have stayed in college. But, and of course, there's no doubt. I mean, there's a lot of research that shows that having a bachelor degree absolutely does help increase your job potential, your earnings potential, all that. So, yeah, I mean, look, I mean, it's kind of crazy for, I'm not necessarily the best spokesperson for this message, but like, unless there's a really, really good reason to leave college, you really should finish college. And even me, I'm going back to college to get, I'm going to get a degree this year. Harvard finally allowed me to come back. And I have to say, I think that this is probably going to be the thing that my parents are most proud of me for. So look, yes, I'm not the right messenger, but stay in school.
Hey guys, I apologize. I'm going to run that back in a second because I do have the video clip. I forgot to hide this image. This image that's sitting right here in the middle of the screen where you see null versus empty. That's another topic, null versus empty. But I'll hide that right now because I do want to show the video clip of Mark Zuckerberg really being asked that question 7 years ago about college. And if you listen to the answer that he initially gave right there, he starts saying, you hear him, he says, I'm not your role model for that. So basically it's a no. And then he softens the blow and he finds a politically correct way, a politically correct way of answering the question. And he says, eventually it'll help. Again, he says it will help. The college degree will help. That bachelor's of science degree that young man was asking him, how do you feel about it? What do you think about it? He's telling them, yeah, them college degrees will help. And without doubt, studies show that the college degrees will put you in a better position and increase your probability of having a higher level or higher income, I guess, compared to those who don't have one. And he's just saying that, you want to do the college thing. Of course, he's not really answering the question about someone saying if I had a college degree, is that really a difference maker in terms of how great I could be, in terms of me reaching my full potential? Because me personally, no. I wouldn't hesitate to tell somebody no. The college degree has little to do with you reaching your full potential. It has very little to do with you being the best that you can be. Very little. To me, the college degree does not really have the significant impact on your earnings potential as statistics may report. Not that I'm saying the statistics are wrong and the numbers are fudged. What I'm saying to you is there's two things going on. There's several things going on, but two of the main things going on. There's the college degree itself, me graduating from some school of higher learning or education, some institute or something like that. And then there's you, the individual. What do you do with the college degree? What do you do to breathe life? What do you do to give that college degree legs? What do you do to make that college degree work for you? That's the you. That's you. That's not the degree. That's not the program. That's not the certificate. To me, that's the difference maker. That's what it is. That's the difference maker. The person that's going to wind up making $70,000 a year, $50,000 a year, opposed to the person adding their own special sauce of them to their college degree, whatever field that might be in, to that level of learning or studying or getting involved with projects and doing other things, exploring, going way beyond the curriculum, way beyond what was required of that particular school to obtain that college degree. That person, the persona of the individual human being, along with the college degree, to me, is the difference maker. And that's why I said, to me, what Mark Zuckerberg was saying, it'll help. Listen to what he said. It'll help. It'll help. It ain't it. It's like Michael Jordan. It ain't in the shoes. You can wear all the Jordans you want. But let me play it back now since I did hide that and I'm play the video.
Millen, I'm a sophomore political science student from the great Commonwealth of Virginia. Next governor. But my question to you, I want to thank you for coming here. My question for you, do you think a bachelor's degree with your experience with college and everything, do you think a bachelor's degree is a necessary key to attaining success?
Ooh, I am not your role model on this one. Yeah, absolutely. Stay in school. Look. Be real. I think it helps. I loved the time that I spent in college. I wish I could have gotten more time. I did not choose to leave. I just happened to build Facebook, and it kind of made me leave. But if I had the opportunity to learn for 2 more years in college, I mean, college is this magical time, right, where you get to explore different interests and focus on different things and meet great people. And that is not something that I would have wanted to have given up. And if I could have magically if I could have done Facebook in my senior year, I would have done that. Or after I left, I would have done that, and I wish I could have stayed in college. But, and of course, there's no doubt. I mean, there's a lot of research that shows that having a bachelor degree absolutely does help increase your job potential, your earnings potential, all that. So, yeah, I mean, look, it's kind of crazy for, I'm not necessarily the best spokesperson for this message, but unless there's a really, really good reason to leave college, you really should finish college. And even me, I'm going back to college to I'm going to get a degree this year. Harvard finally allowed me to come back. And I have to say, I think that this is probably going to be the thing that my parents are most proud of me for. So look, yes, I'm not the right messenger, but stay in school.
generative, then, and every time is different, then you need AI factories all over the world to generate the content in real time, which is the reason why you need AI factories. And this is a unique way of doing computation, but the benefit, of course, is that everything isn't preconceived and pre-documented, and it's contextually sensitive.
Now, what you hear now, well, that gentleman that was speaking just a second ago was Jensen Wong. Jensen Wong or Hong, Jensen Wong, he's the co-founder, the CEO, or the founder and the CEO of NVIDIA. NVIDIA, NVIDIA, for you gamers, you know the NVIDIA chips, the highly touted and performing video chips, graphics card, NVIDIA. NVIDIA is also the number one company when it comes to making processors and other compute parts in terms of the CPUs, the simple central processing units for quantum computers, and definitely for LLMs, large language models. Those systems, that hardware, that's NVIDIA. And that gentleman that was just speaking a second ago is the founder and the CEO of NVIDIA. He's on the stage with Elon Musk. I think that this particular talk was done in Saudi Arabia. It's the U.S. Saudi Arabia Investment Forum 2025, and they're speaking on stage in front of groups of investors from all over the world, but mainly they held it in Saudi Arabia. And I think this is less than a week old or less than 2 weeks old. And they're asking about the future of AI. The host, I don't know the gentleman's name, the Saudi Arabian host, he will ask Elon Musk, what about school? What about education? What about work? This thing is happening now. All this idea that nothing's really going to change until 20 years from now, you probably want to get that thinking out your head. You probably, when somebody says that to you, have them qualify that thought if you're having a conversation with them. But if you're just listening to something slick from somebody that don't read nothing, that's on you. That's what you feed yourself with. Because I understand it. I run into it all the time. Guys that don't read about anything say 5 words about it as if it's knowledge. That's what they stand on. Quick little cliches, little micro bursts of information, typically 3 to 7 words inside of a quote either they read or heard. And then as soon as you ask them to qualify what they say, they fall to pieces. Ignore them people. This thing is real. It's a train coming down. It's a freight train coming down the street with no brakes. And it's called artificial intelligence. But let's listen to this gentleman about to ask Elon Musk. And I've been saying this for over a year, a lot of these talking points, different things like that. I've been talking about it in conversations with other people. But I understand because I'm just poor, black, and in trouble. But we just live in the world, especially in the United States, that we need these famous white men or these famous Asians or these infamous Indians to say it. And then once they say it and you hear it, you come back to the me and the likes of me and you say, man, this white dude, guess what I heard him say? Man, this Asian guy, man, guess what he said? Man, this Indian. And I sit there and I have to act like I never brought it up to you. Other people that have shared that information that you know and see, they have to act like they never mentioned it to you. Because your brain won't recognize, won't accept it unless it's from your status quo that you have in your mind. Nothing's wrong with that because the goal is to share, is to become aware, not to take the credit.
sensible and therefore intelligent.
So AI factories and robotics, and we heard it yesterday from His Royal Highness, his vision, how to augment our workforce with roughly tens of millions of robotics to be able to infuse the next wave of productivity and progress. But this scares a lot of folks here when it comes to the future of jobs. So let's hear about your thoughts, Elon and Jensen, on that.
Sure. Well, if you say, like, in the long term, where will things end up? Long term, I don't know what long term is. Maybe it's 10, 20 years, something like that. For me, that's long term. My prediction is that work will be optional.
Optional.
Optional. So.
We'll take that.
Yeah. I mean, it'll be like playing sports or a video game or something like that. If you want to work, in the same way, like you can go to the store and just buy some vegetables, or you could grow vegetables in your backyard. It's much harder to grow vegetables in your backyard, but some people still do it because they like growing vegetables. That will be what work is like, optional. Now, between now and then, there's actually a lot of work to get to that point. Mm-hmm. I always recommend people read Ian Banks' culture books to get a sense for what a probable positive AI future is like. And interestingly, in those books, money is doesn't exist. It's kind of interesting. And my guess is, if you go out long enough, assuming there's a continued improvement in AI and robotics, which seems likely, the money will stop being relevant at some point in the future. Now, there will still be constraints on power, like electricity and mass. The fundamental physics elements will still be constraints. But I think at some point, currency becomes irrelevant.
Jensen, any thoughts?
By the way, the NVIDIA earnings call is later today.
And by the way, since currency is relevant.
Cheers.
Elon just wants to share with you some breaking news. The two of us would like to share some breaking news. Let's see. I would say there's different horizons you could look at. Everybody's jobs will be different. I think that's for sure. How the students learn will be different. How people do their work will be different, obviously, because a lot of the things that we do mundanely or arduously or very difficultly are going to be done very simply. And so we're going to be more productive from that sense. One of the things that I will say is that for most people or a company, if your life becomes more productive, and if the things that you're doing with great difficulty become simpler, it is very likely, because you have so many ideas, you'll have more time to go pursue things. It is my guess that Elon will be busier as a result of AI. I'm going to be busier as a result of AI. And the reason for that is because we have so many ideas we want to pursue, so many things that we still have in our backlog inside our company that we can go pursue. If we were more productive, we can get to those things faster. And so in the near term, I would say that there's every evidence that we will be more productive and yet still be busier because we have so many ideas. One thing that I will say, give you some evidence, is that, and I was just telling Elon about this earlier, radiology, for example, has largely been converted to AI-driven radiology, and there's some really great companies doing that. And the surprising thing is the prediction that all radiologists would be the first jobs to go was exactly the opposite. The trend shows that there are more radiologists being hired now as a result of AI. And the reason for that, if you take a step back, it's because the goal of a radiologist is not to study the images. The goal of a radiologist is to diagnose a disease. Now the studying of the images became so productive, they could study more images, study more modalities, spend more time with the patients. And as a result, they're actually accepting more patients. We're doing more radiology all around the world. We're doing a better job with diagnosing disease. And so that's that's kind of the near term outcome of AI and productivity, and we'll see what happens long term. You know, when currency doesn't matter anymore, just let me know right before.
You'll see it coming. You'll see it coming.
We text often, so just
Yeah, we do.
yeah, just text it out. Yeah, let me know.
And it sounds like fun and games, right? You have Elon Musk, it's real difficult for him. He's not good at covering it up. Elon Musk is more straightforward, forthcoming, to the point. He doesn't do a great job at dressing it up. If you listen to him talk about different things, he just doesn't do it. Jensen Huang, he's just dressing it up. He's like, hey, there'll be different things to do. You can pursue your passions, different things like that. Well, in the context of whether it matters or not, who cares if you pursue your passion, if you cannot generate an income, if you cannot increase your earnings, if your skill set or your career, your pursuit within your career or profession doesn't allow you to take advantage of upward mobility, what difference will a lot of that stuff make? So when Elon Musk says that, money in and of it itself won't even be relevant no more, and that working will be optional, it sounds a little radical in and of itself. But remember, everything is kind of a drip. Everything is eased in front of you or eased in front of us with everything else going on at the same time. And it's almost like a chess game where it's part and partial, done in a way where we can make sense of it or justify it, have it explained to us and rationalize it, have it done over a period of time and normalize it. So there's going to be different stages to this. If you think of what would be considered a radical statement by Elon Musk, where he says working will become optional. You said, no, there's no way. How would they? That doesn't even make any sense, that working will become optional. Okay, now I'm going to give you a play on that. I'm going to just use a little imagination, take something that exists kind of now, and index some things in, throw a few ingredients in, and let's consider how working will become optional. Here you go. You ready? Okay. If you think about it right now, working, or the system of working being optional, already exists. No, it don't, Todd. Working being optional don't already exist. Yes, it does. Social Security. That's working being optional. Retirement. That's working being optional. Pension plans. That's working being optional. Buyouts, early retirement. That's working being optional. Imagine the government right now. At one time, retirement might have been 56 years old or 59 years old. Then they moved it up to 62 years old or 63 years old. Then it became 65 years old. Now it's 66 years old in 10 months or 67 years old. And then an extended version of retirement for Social Security, I think it's 70 years old or 71 years old. People are saying because of the advent of AI and in the medical field, the way technology is running, the lifespan will be extended because you have diseases that can be cured and worked on, and just things will happen in a great way to extend the lifespan of human beings. So the idea is the way it's currently going, Social Security will be pushed out where full retirement for Social Security without you receiving a benefit will be at 70 years old or 72 years old. Who knows, right? They keep kicking it down. But here's the thing. That's an example of working as an option, because a lot of people can continue working, and at 59, they choose to retire. Now imagine with AI, the token system, and everything else, all of a sudden, there's a reverse plan. Now there's a reversal in the system that says, hey, we no longer penalize you for early retirement. And they take it down to 63 or 62 years old. And then as AI is taking more of the jobs, doing many of the mundane tasks, the menial tasks, the repetitive tasks that so many millions of people in this country get paid for, they say, hey, you know what? We'll even give you a bonus if you decide to retire early. So now people retiring at 59, 56, like they going crazy. Now you've been reduced from 67, from 70, and you done brought down to 59 or 56 or however they want to do it. Something, even though it's still called Social Security, but it's working as an option, right to what Elon Musk is saying. See, a lot of this stuff sounds crazy. It sounds radical. It sounds so extreme. We couldn't imagine it. But much of this stuff is already in place. The practice is already there. It's just called something different, which means if you just add another name, put another campaign behind it, get some additional support of the idea of it, education being free, college being paid for, universal income. When you start bringing all of those things into it, it's just what it is. The AI companies paying you, why? Because they're going to use any interaction you do on the internet, any interactions you do on your phone as training material for their LLMs, their large language models. They're going to be taking any activity that we do on our devices, through our browsers or anything, any communication, and they're going to feed it into, they're going to become vector embeddings. They're going to feed it into their vector databases. They're going to use it for the diffusion and infusions and generative AI and agentic AI and the rest. And you receive a stipend for it every month. So now you're getting a check just to use the system, along with an option to so-called retire early without any penalty. I'm just giving you a door. I'm just giving you an inkling, a very non-sophisticated way of looking at certain things that are already in place, that are called something else, that with some reconfiguration, some redesigning, some fancy names, or some new politics, they can brush it up and call it something else and have people thinking it's the thing to do. And all of a sudden, working for an option is as real as what Elon Musk just stated. That's all I'm saying. This next clip I'm going to share with you guys was shot April this year. April, just a few months ago. This guy you're looking at right here in this shirt, that is Stephen Levitt, not him. That's Ben Gomes. This gentleman right there in the white shirt with the glasses on the left side, that is the author of Freakonomics. That is Stephen Levitt, I think. The guy in the orange shirt, that is Ben Gomez, or Ben Gomes, Gomes. He's one of Google's, Google. He's one of Google's chief technology officers, CTOs. They're having a conversation about the current way that people are taught in schools, the current paradigm, the model of teaching as it currently exists in universities as well as public school systems 1 through 12, what that is. And Professor Levitt, who's the gentleman on the left side, he's explaining to the chief technology officer for Google how he feels guilty because he's clearly aware of how college students, let alone 8th graders and 10th graders and 6th graders, this factory model style of teaching, this one size fit all. But this guy Stephen Levitt is so aware of it. He said he feels bad, but that's what they got to do right now. They have to teach adults paying for their education at a university level a bunch of unimportant nothings to make it seem like you need to have this information when in reality you don't. But I'll let him explain it. He can explain it much more better and more in an acceptable, digestible way to y'all than I can.
Just-in-time learning, which is something which actually makes sense. So you and I have both at various points in our life faced problems where we didn't know what the answers were and we didn't have the right tools. And what I do, and I assume you do, is say, well, I got to go learn those tools, and I was equipped to be able to learn those tools. So I think you're right. In a world in which you do not know what you'll be doing 5 years from now or 20 years from now, and a world in which so much knowledge is now at our fingertips, cramming your head full of facts and formulas is not the answer to managing the future. It's not even, it's self-evident that not the, but it's hard for the system to catch up, in part because the system is built on evaluation, right, of giving grades. And as an educator teaching at the University of Chicago, look, I'm the worst offender in the world. I need to somehow give some kids A's and some kids B's. And the easiest way to do that is to teach them things that don't matter in ways that are somewhat hard and overcomplicated so that I have a way to separate them out. And it's terrible, and I'm embarrassed about it. But
did you hear that? Did you hear what the author of Freakonomics said? Did you hear what that college professor at the University of Chicago said? Did you hear what he just explained? He said that at the university level, he has to, not only him, it's the professors, period. They have to come up with a crafty and fancy way of testing and asking questions or presenting ideas and assigning projects to the students at a university level about things that don't even matter, that are very unimportant to their career path, to their ends, to what they're paying for, basically, with their scholarship money, with their loans. He has to give some of them an A and some of them a B. Fancy nothings presented in a sophisticated way to make you feel either smart or I'm not as bright as I thought I was, or just fuck it, I quit. I'll take the class over. And he says he feels guilty. He's one of the culprits of it, one of thousands across the universities. That's what he's saying. I'll play it again. But that's what he's saying. That's the current stage. That is the current barometer. That is what happens in the university level across the country. Giving you exams on shit that don't even matter ain't gonna have nothing to do with you getting that job, with you getting that opportunity, with you performing or pursuing that next level of academia. It's a facade. It's smoke and mirrors. But you pay for it with your grants, your scholarships, and the crime of it all is that you pay it back with your student loans. But let's listen to him again.
But it's what I do in my everyday life.
I think students would be lucky to have you as a professor because you're a very engaging storyteller.
Listen to what the Google's chief technology officer says to him. Students will be lucky to have you as a professor because you're very engaging. You're in there with them. You're doing the thing. And listen to his response to Ben Gomez.
But also your ability to convey complex concepts. And one of the things I've been thinking about in the context of AI, right, is how do you bring that, how do you help students get to those fundamental ideas in any of these disciplines through a process of interacting with AI, or AI providing other tools that do that. And we've got this experiment called LearnLM, which is trying to solve the basic problems of tutoring, because there's a lot of evidence that tutoring can actually help improve outcomes dramatically, right? Yeah. But tutoring with a human has certain properties. The AIs can be very sycophantic. They can tell you you're right when you're not right, and things of that sort. And so we have been tuning this LLM to actually be better about those characteristics.
What the answers were, and we didn't have the right tools. And what I do, and I assume you do, is say, well, I got to go learn those tools, and I was equipped to be able to learn those tools. So I think you're right. In a world in which you do not know what you'll be doing 5 years from now or 20 years from now, and a world in which so much knowledge is now at our fingertips, cramming your head full of facts and formulas is not the answer to managing the future. It's not even, it's self-evident that not the, but it's hard for the system to catch up, in part because the system is built on evaluation, right, of giving grades. And as an educator teaching at the University of Chicago, look, I'm the worst offender in the world. I need to somehow give some kids A's and some kids B's. And the easiest way to do that is to teach them things that don't matter in ways that are somewhat hard and overcomplicated, so that I have a way to separate them out. And it's terrible, and I'm embarrassed about it, but it's what I do in my everyday life.
That is crazy, but it's true. It's crazy. It's disheartening, but who wants to hear it? Nobody wants to hear that. Nobody wants to hear that truth. That's the reality of it. We don't really want to hear that. We don't want to hear a professor at a university level saying, hey, the way it's set up, we have to come up with crafty and fancy ways of presenting information, questioning the students on exams and projects or whatever, to make it seem difficult about elements, attributes, items, little fancy nothings about a subject matter that don't even make a difference. Doesn't even make any sense. And the student is sitting there, burning through their scholarship dollars, burning through their student loans, burning through their parents' 401ks and benefits programs, retirement programs, to put them through the charade, the smoke and mirrors of this so-called higher education. It's almost criminal. That's why I say AI exposes all that BS. It just does. I can't play, but I will. I thought that was it, but I'm going to have to remove that. But young people coming out of college, the new college graduates, they're having problems getting employment. Let's see why. Let's take a listen.
As an individual, don't have a 10-year plan. No one knows what the jobs are going to be in 10 years. Entry-level workers, new grads, they are dealing with what I call a sort of perfect storm. You have all the uncertainty in the macroeconomic environment, but you also have the beginnings of disruption from AI in entry-level work, going after entry-level tasks. And that's all leading to unemployment for young people and new grads being higher than national averages. Gen Z is feeling the most pessimistic about their futures than any other age group. We're going from static career paths that can be confining for a lot of people to dynamic career paths that are going to be exciting for a lot of people. It's sort of Charles Dickens, the best of times and the worst of times, because I really do think as AI plays out, at the other end of it is going to be more options for people as they build careers. And I think better work for humans at work. So all you need to do is have a today plan. And your today plan is, I'm going to learn something new. I'm going to push myself in some new way. I'm just going to keep working on who I am, what I'm good at, where I want to work, and I'm going to apply that to whatever job I find. But no matter where you work right now, you could be CEO of the biggest company in the world, or you could be an entry-level worker doing your first shift. All of our jobs are going to change. So all of us have to do the same thing. All of us need a today plan. At some level, the great equalizer is that we're all in it together, and then we can create a moment of great democratization of opportunity if we get leaders and systems to adapt.
Anish, thank you so much for joining me. I have been wanting to do this story for a long time, in part because I have a 25-year-old college grad who's got a master's and is looking for a job, and his girlfriend who has 2 masters and is looking for a job. Then I keep seeing these stories in the Wall Street Journal and the New York Times and Bloomberg and NPR about the crisis of jobs for college grads. And I look at my older kids and they never had that, right? They graduated from college 5-6 years ago, and it seemed to have been pretty straightforward for them. So are there some graduates that are suffering more than others? 5-10 years ago, we all wanted our kids to do computer science. Should we now be pushing them to do poetry?
Well, so let's take computer science. That was and remains sort of the poster child of the knowledge economy. It was the job that, especially I'm a child of immigrants, like immigrant communities, all communities were looking to get their kids into that path because it was security.
That's where you were going to make the big money.
Yes, and that was like the right math for what the knowledge economy represented. The knowledge economy is on the way out. We're living that reality. We're entering a new economy. And so you see the headlines of computer science degree holders who are graduating and finding it very difficult to get a job. Our own data, I did a New York Times op-ed last year with this point, 96% of the average computer software engineer's job is susceptible to being done by AI, either immediately or soon. Now, we argued in that op-ed, that doesn't mean that job goes away. It means what it is to be a computer scientist, to be a software engineer changes. We started to see employers saying, if you have that CS degree, do you have a philosophy minor? So you can help me think about the ethical implications of what I'm building. It used to be in the predictable path, I got this degree, now give me that job. And we all knew that like 1 + 1 = 2. That was great if you got the degree. It was not great, by the way, if you couldn't afford to get the degree, if you weren't in a like privileged community that gave you a pipeline to get to the degree, but it was all like known. Now, saying I got the degree doesn't really say much. You've got to say what that means you're going to be able to do. I think retail jobs start to have a lot of value in a way they didn't in the knowledge economy. If you could say you worked a job where you have to show resiliency, adaptability, managing hard well, those are things that employers are looking for. Where work is going, it's really going to be, none of us are our job title or where we sit in an org. We are these individuals with unique lived and learned experiences, unique energy that we bring, unique like resilience we bring. That's what we're going to get hired for and moved around with. And so articulating that is something folks can control. And honestly, I have a 10-year-old and an 8-year-old. The main thing that I'm trying to sort of like shore up is a sense of self and self-worth and ability to handle hard well. I think those 2 buckets of skills are the most durable.
Back to the entry-level jobs. I saw that LinkedIn survey of what, some 3,000 executives saying that 63% of them think that AI will absorb entry-level tasks. So in a sense, is Gen Z just is going to suffer anyway, however much of a good story they tell about themselves, however much, wait staff work they do, however much they manage to connect those narrative dots. Maybe there just aren't going to be those entry-level jobs because corporations are going to give them to AI.
We don't know, but we do know the same percentage in that survey, like literally the same percentage that said AI is going to eventually take on tasks that are currently allocated to entry-level employees, say entry-level employees bring fresh ideas and new thinking that is valuable to business growth. This same generation that's got this tough time landing a first job is AI native, is bringing a whole new sense of what consumers want and what businesses should do differently as they try to adapt to this new economy. The knowledge economy is on the way out that we've lived in for half a century. A new economy is emerging. When a new economy emerges, and this is when we went from the farm to the factory and we went from the factory to the office, disruption comes first. We're in that. Jobs change. We've got data, 70% of the average job will have changed by 2030. So we're all going to be in new jobs, even if we don't change jobs. The third bit is that entirely new jobs get created. Influencer wasn't a job, 10 years ago. Data scientist wasn't a job 20 years ago. So we haven't even started to see that yet, aside from AI jobs. And then fourth phase, we're in a new economy. So if you're entry level, right now you're at the whim of companies doing this sort of math of how do we transition. Some companies are going to use old math for the new equation and just think it's about shrinking. Others realize we've got to just redo work, up level, entry level, bring these folks in who are going to help us build new business lines and think in different ways. The key to it all is you've got to just keep leaning on your own ability to develop skills and expertise.
Anish, what's the downside for individuals, young individuals leaving college, if we don't fix this entry-level job issue? What are they losing out on? Paint that picture for me.
There's a lot of research on the lingering impacts of a bad start. I mean, just like if you're unemployed for a period of time at the start, that just sets you further and further behind over time, because as you get further along, people want X number of years experience, more than X number of years experience. So it's really hard to start behind.
Do we have any data on how long behind and how much of a
There's different
of a
studies. I
downside
mean, it
there
could be
could
months,
be?
it could be years. It depends on the cohort. So much of this is obviously socioeconomic. And so the children of wealthier, parents have an easier time catching up, have a more, immediate ability to go into entrepreneurship. So a lot of what we're talking about in terms of the vulnerable are two groups. One, people who are going to feel the job disruption from AI first and most fully. Those are people across their career in jobs that have a lot of tasks AI can do, and we can help them figure out how to use the tools to start to move what they do into more and more tasks around their unique capabilities. And people from lower socioeconomic, communities who stall out at the start. But even there, I think there's ways we can piece together a path forward because of new work. Like we talked about, retail, hospitality, healthcare, like a lot of these sectors that are hiring teach you a lot of these skills that are going to be durable across your career. It's not the knowledge economy. Tech isn't the only place you want to work. CS isn't the only degree and pathway you want to take.
Okay, Anish, give me 3 concrete things you would say to a 22-year-old graduating from college, struggling to find a job, part of the rejection generation that is sending off hundreds of applications and not even getting replies back again, or perhaps something you'd even say to their anxious parent.
Thing one, be pro you. A lot of my thinking about AI and work is that I am radically pro-human, which can sound funny to folks, but nothing about work has been human-centric. The story of work has been the story of technology at work, not humans at work, certainly since the first industrial revolution. What we have been training people for, and this predates the knowledge economy, this is even when high school emerges to build managers for factories, has been to be task managers around technology, around machines. We now are going to flip that and put humans at the center of work. So you've got to be pro you. You've got to really understand what are your unique curiosities, what drives you. Don't feel like what gives you energy is something that isn't relevant because the old world of work didn't appreciate it. Really start to understand how you're going to get to a place of no one beats you at being you. The second thing I would say is lean on other people. I mean, we've got new data that shows 2 big things. People are feeling totally overwhelmed and people are turning to each other. We've got, I think, 82% increase in the number of people posting on LinkedIn about feeling overwhelmed. A lot feel like AI training is a second job. But what's interesting in all the memes you're seeing on TikTok of people asking GPT, like, what should I say to my wife? And the wife's like, what should I say to my husband? Is that actually isn't what's happening. People are turning to other people more than AI, more than search engines. And that's really comforting to me. Like the number one source for professionals at work is their network. So thing 2, build your network. And then the third thing I'd say is just learn. Like first thing is empowering, be pro you. The third thing might feel a little crushing having just graduated. You didn't graduate. Like you're not done at all with learning. Like you're not going to not read again. You're not going to not have to sit and learn something new and fail again. That's all going to be forever now. And that's an amazing thing because like the best of life comes at the other end of hard and challenge and pushing yourself. But just start learning every day. Just start building that daily habit. I think if you do those 3 things, week over week, month over month, things will feel easier because you'll feel more in control. You'll be going off your own map. That isn't to say it's not going to be hard, but just know it's going to be hard for everyone. And so you're not alone. And at the other end of it, if you're starting your career, you're going to have more years in what I think will be better work with more options for how you want work to be in your life, what kind of work you want to do than any generation has had before, certainly since the Industrial Revolutions. And so just lean into it.
Anish Raman, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Companies are quickly adopting AI in the workplace, and white-collar jobs, well, they are evaporating. This week, one of the nation's largest employers, Amazon, made its message to office employees quite clear. Thank you, but no thanks. Amazon, of course, isn't alone. Big companies are realizing they can reduce headcount and cut costs without risking productivity. And this could just be the tip of the iceberg. And this is the disconnect, DJ, that we're seeing in the marketplace right now. You're seeing these big AI companies keep running and running and running. And then you've got your big consumer companies using AI to become more efficient. We're not necessarily saying that they're having problems. They're trying to adjust to make the bottom line more profitable. That's what any corporation does. But it's coming at the expense of employees and headcount. And this is sort of the big bad wolf in the equation coming into reality.
Right, classic creative destruction, right? We get a new technology, increases efficiency, productivity, sounds great. You do have job losses in the near term. Now, in the long run, one of the things I think people are missing with AI is the fact that, yes, it is in many instances a substitute for labor, but it can also be a complement. I've already started using it in a whole host of different applications. So it can make some employees more efficient, more productive. That's going to drive real wage growth. And so you end up actually seeing, as with all these different technologies, you end up seeing a net increase in employment, but that's over the long run. To your point, Jackie, in the short run, can you see these kinds of disruptions in the labor market? Absolutely.
Is this, Brian, part of what is driving that fear that we were talking about earlier? The fear of young people and older people, but you know, people across the board to want to embrace AI because they start seeing headlines like this and say, "Whoa, it's probably only going to get worse from here."
Well, there's reality, and the reality is there's going to be displacement. Then there's the layer of ideology people put on reality, which is you've got displacement. This is the ill of capitalism. Therefore, we must abandon capitalism. That's the part that I get concerned about because I think people are buying that narrative. I think one of the problems is, a lot of this is hitting college graduates. It's not the tech. It's not the trades worker or the Votech school or whatever. This is hitting the college grad. And I think colleges, among the many lies they have sold for a long time, one of them was come to college, run through the system, get your stamp, and you are entitled to a job. And that has been a destructive model because these kids I studied finance, therefore I should get a finance job. No, you had an opportunity to study finance, but if your school was not supportive of where finance is going, it's not going to help you get a job. I think we need to break the conveyor belt link that we've created between school and jobs. AI is going to do that for us whether we like it or not. And the sooner we help young people understand that, the better choices they'll make about how they prepare for a career. And it might not just be get the piece of paper, put it on the wall, and then complain about the fact that I can't get a job.
And when I think about AI and the conversations we've had about trade school, for example, Lydia, you could almost say skip college altogether, take classes in how to harness the power of AI like it is a trade, and that would be all you need to be off and running.
And it seems like that's becoming a more and more attractive proposition for a lot of folks every day. I think it was encouraging a few weeks ago. You might remember we saw the White House, the First Lady there, Melania Trump, of course, convening a big task force work group talking about AI and how it's changing the labor market. And when she was speaking, along with the labor secretary there, they were speaking not just to people that are coming up the next generation, young folks that are in school now and what kind of education they're going to need. But they also spoke to people that are, going to have to transition this change in the workforce and getting re-educated. And so I think this is going to be a challenge to some of us, all of us, on being nimble and staying on top of our own game and being willing to kind of take up some new skills. The Wall Street Journal has this piece about, how folks have been on the sideline now for some of the months, after layoffs that have been really hard. My heart really goes out to them. The flip side of that, though, is the long-term benefit and the trade-off. I will say AI is not perfect yet. I'm a former lawyer like yourself. I'm in a lot of discussion groups about how AI is changing the legal community. Those jobs are really taking a hit. But I'm also seeing just as many posts and warnings out there about what AI is doing to the law right now with the brief writing and stuff. It is far from perfect. It's, the what do they call it? The AI hallucinations where they come up with, fake case law and fake paragraphs. It's showing up in real court briefs because people are just feeling the pressure to operate too fast.
Real quick, Brianna, on this aspect, you would think that it would be lower-end warehouse jobs. We're talking about white-collar jobs. And when people start to talk about white-collar and more high-paying jobs, that becomes scary. Now, the Republicans and President Trump are big proponents of AI. Does this politically come back to bite them?
No, not if they use this as an opportunity to reorient, in particular, college students, right? I mean, we're talking about rare earth minerals. Look, we have no refineries, no processing capabilities here. This is a great opportunity to go to college students and say, here's an avenue which AI might not be able to dominate for a while. This is a place where you're not going to lose your job, right? So we have to push students towards paths where there is something that is tangible and not something that is really just, intellectual, because that's where AI is going to go first.
You mean stop subsidizing like gender studies degrees?
You got it, Brian.
Maybe if you want to get a job, don't stop
art,
subsidizing that.
Asian art history, things like that. I took that class in college. It's a
Pointing
major.
out the things that we thought were so obvious,
Yes.
but still take time to resonate with the masses.
OpenAI, I mean, you seem somewhat frustrated with them. You were one of the big contributors early on.
The reason I am the reason OpenAI exists.
How much money did you give them?
I'm not sure the exact number, but it's some number on the order of $50 million. Man, fate loves irony, next level. So I used to be close friends with Larry Page, and I would stay at his house, and we'd have these conversations long into the evening about AI, and I would be constantly urging him to be careful about the danger of AI, and he was really not concerned about the danger of AI and was quite cavalier about it, and at the time, Google, especially after their acquisition of DeepMind, had 3/4 of the world's AI talent. They had obviously a lot of computers and a lot of money, so it was a unipolar world for AI. And we've got a unipolar world, but the person who controls that does not, or at least did not seem to be concerned about AI safety. That sounded like a real problem. So, and then the final straw was Larry calling me a speciesist for being pro-human consciousness instead of machine consciousness. And I'm like, well, yes, I guess I am. I am a speciesist,
So you helped to the creation of OpenAI. You put in as much as $50 million.
More than helped. It wouldn't exist without me.
It wouldn't exist without you. So
I came up with a name.
Right.
The name OpenAI refers to open source. So the intent was, what was the opposite? What's the opposite of Google? Would be an open source nonprofit, because Google is closed source for profit. And that profit motivation can be potentially dangerous.
should you have gotten governance for that money? Should you have gotten some level of control, perhaps, in retrospect?
Yeah, I fully admit to being a huge idiot here. Anyway, so OpenAI was meant to be open as an open source. It was created as a 501c3, so part of it is also, in the beginning, I thought, look, this is probably a hopeless endeavor. How could we possibly compete with? How could OpenAI possibly compete with Google DeepMind? I mean, this seemed like an ant against an elephant, which is not a contest. And I was also, I was instrumental in recruiting the key scientists and engineers, most notably Ilya Sutskever. In fact, Ilya went back and forth several times because he would say he's going to join OpenAI, then Demis would convince him not to, then I would convince him to do so, and this went back and forth several times, and ultimately he decided to join OpenAI, and really Ilya joining was the linchpin for OpenAI being ultimately successful.
So you're very disappointed in what's happened there in terms of it becoming a for-profit. Did you take any action? Sue them in some way?
I do think that there's some. Look, it does seem weird that something can be a non-profit, open source, and somehow transform itself into a for-profit closed source. I mean, this would be like let's say you funded an organization to save the Amazon rainforest, and instead they became a lumber company and chopped down the forest and sold it for money. And you'd be therefore like, well, wait a second, that's the exact opposite of what I gave the money for.
Yeah.
Is that legal? That doesn't seem legal. And if it is, and in general, if it is legal to start a company as a nonprofit and then take the IP and transfer it to a for-profit that then makes tons of money, shouldn't everyone start? Shouldn't that be the default? Right. And then I also think it's important to understand the when push comes to shove, let's say they do create some digital superintelligence, almost godlike intelligence. Well, who's in control? Yeah. And what exactly is the relationship between OpenAI and Microsoft? And I do worry that Microsoft actually may be more in control than, say, the leadership team at OpenAI realizes. I mean, Microsoft, as part of the Microsoft investment, they have rights to all of the software, all of the model weights, and everything necessary to run the inference system.
So they essentially have a great deal of control.
At any point, Microsoft could cut off OpenAI.
Been a string of corporate layoffs in recent weeks, and articles in Wall Street Journal about even white-collar workers. Stupidly, I'm wearing white collar. Steve Leisman is here, smart enough to wear blue collar. Is AI intelligence, is that to blame? Should investors be wary?
We did a joint research investigative story with this using Gabrielle Fonrouge, our retail reporter on .com, myself, Frank Holland, and we looked into this. 48,000 jobs at UPS, 14,000 at Amazon, 1,800 at Target. A slew of layoffs has raised fears that AI is already whacking corporate jobs, but not so fast. In some cases, companies could be involved in what we call AI washing, giving the impression that the new technology is already replacing jobs that are, in fact, being cut due to a downturn in the business, restructuring, or other reasons. Whatever its intentions, look at this. UPS said in its earnings call, and I quote here directly, "We launched our Efficiency Reimagined initiatives to undertake the end-to-end process redesign effort, which will align our organizational processes to the network reconfiguration." You get that?
It's like gobbledygook.
My colleague Frank Holland found there was some AI-related job losses, but 34,000 were linked largely to closing buildings, right-sizing the staffing level, especially in the wake of the online shopping boom from the pandemic. Amazon CEO Andy Jassy, he had to walk back the impression created by both the media and the company itself that recent corporate layoffs were linked to AI. He said, quote, "The layoffs were not really financially driven, and it's not even really AI-driven. Not right now. It's culture." Peter Capelli, a professor of management at the Wharton School, says there's little evidence so far that companies are even able to replace workers now with the kind of scale we're talking about.
Using AI and introducing it to save jobs turns out to be an enormously complicated and time-consuming exercise. I think there's still a perception that it's simple and easy and cheap to do, and it's really not.
So far, AI job losses look like mostly the low-skilled and entry-level jobs. Some companies have announced hiring freezes in anticipation of productivity gains from AI. Goldman Sachs surveying 100 of its investment bankers to see how AI is impacting their clients or hiring at their clients, and found that AI-related job losses could lead to workforce reductions of 4% over the next year and 11% over the next 3 years. That's potentially substantial and fast, though it doesn't account for new jobs could be created by the new technology. It also shows it's early days for AI to be responsible for mass layoffs, and that investors need to be wary of regular old job cuts wrapped in AI clothing.
You did point out that at the end that we don't know about job creation from this. There are, we're hoping, there's wishful thinking that it's like so many past disruptions where the new technology is either net the same or even better for employment. I don't know if that is too much to hope for. And then the other thing, every employment report that we used to get in the old days, it would be a net number that would include millions of both additions and losses, and that's sort of the
You're
same
absolutely
thing.
right. It's the churn is where the action is, right? It's 5 million hired and 5 million fired and 5.1 million hired, and that gives you job gains of 100,000.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing about the U.S. economy is the dynamism, and actually it's one of the things that economists follow is that dynamism, and there's been a little less churn. People, locked into mortgages, we keep looking for that. Yeah. But now you have the work from home thing, Joe, which enables as well the idea that people you can get workers from different parts of the country that don't have to move to different places. Sure. There was people who were upset from Amazon who, when they did the return to office thing, they moved back and then they were fired after that. So that was a concern. But we just want to be careful. I think what there is there's so much hype and craze and excitement about this new technology. There's this idea that, well, it's happening now.
Well,
it's not happening now.
The idea that you pin everything on it, like, oh, it must be this, it must be that.
Right.
We just had the small business, John Gibson
Right.
from the small business, Paycheck Small Business Report, and they are seeing the highest level of hours worked, the highest level of increased hours worked weekly in a decade. And I asked, is that because they don't want to hire new people? He said, no, it's because they can't find anybody. It's a supply issue.
There's a whole other dynamic going on with immigration and deportation that's part of it. You have some decline in the labor force participation. What's going on with the workforce is a huge thing. I found it interesting, though, that he said that wages have not gone up, but hours have gone up. If that's the case, you can expect perhaps some increase in wages down the road, although he did say that was a big part of the inflation outlook. I listened to what he was saying. That's going to be an issue. And then you get to this point where, okay, is AI going to replace workers or complement workers? If you hear David Solomon talk, they're talking more about complementing workers. It does maybe create this hiring freeze, entry-level jobs, and call centers is another place. But right now, a job like Joe Kernig's, how could AI possibly replace?
No, it's impossible. It's impossible. You'd have to have some solid algorithms, even with Max Headroom. You can still buy a buggy whip.
Of course you can.
From Westfield Whip Manufacturing. It's an artisan maker that caters to what they call a very niche market.
And you can buy a cassette.
It's a very...
You could buy a cassette tape and listen to AM radio, too. But we've moved on from those.
We were talking about bubbles and the like, and it just something that occurred to me, and we heard Dara say, the trends in place with AI are very, very powerful. You go back to the internet, no way you could have anticipated how powerful that was. No way. None of us did. And if you look at the market caps of all the stocks associated, no way. It's exponentially greater than our wildest dreams, and it could be the same with AI.
Also new this morning, the stock market has been rising. Americans have more money in stocks than ever before. Economists are warning that could be a problem. And then a market downturn could hit Americans harder than ever before. CNN's Matt Egan looking into this one for us this morning. What are you seeing, Matt?
Well, Kate, this is a double-edged sword, right? When markets are booming, like they have been, market rallies can really be a very good thing for the economy, right? Each record high can inspire confidence, get people to spend more money, right? Go out to dinner, buy a car, take a vacation. Of course, the problem is that it really does cut both ways because they're also exposed to potential market meltdowns that have happened in the past. And these really are historic levels of exposure. If you look at stock holdings, direct and indirect, like through 401ks and retirement plans, stocks make up 45% of household finances, right? Almost half. That's the most on record that go back to the 1950s. And when you look at the trend here, you can see how this is really, really increased in terms of how much of people's portfolios stocks take up. Look at this. Go back to 1980, it was just 13%. Today, it's 45%. Now, one thing I would note, though, is that this doesn't cut equally, right? The top 10% of households actually own 87% of the stocks, but still, the higher income households, those are the ones that are really keeping this economy afloat. And if there's a market reversal, a downturn, well, they could stop spending. And I think that this really does underscore why it was so critical that that market meltdown that we saw in March and in April over the president's tariffs stopped, right? If it didn't, it could have caused a self-fulfilling prophecy, actually causing a recession. Of course, the president blinked on those tariffs. He paused them for a period of time, and the market's really been off like a rocket ship ever since then. The S&P 500 has gained $15 trillion in value just since April 8th. A stunning figure. I think the bottom line is, Kate, you and I often talk about how the market is not the real economy, but I do think that this record high exposure shows that the market does have a significant influence on the economy, for better or worse.
It's a really good point. Thank you, Matt.
Thanks, Kate.
This morning marks exactly 3 months from Christmas, and companies are already planning for the holiday retail rush. 43% of Americans intend to start their holiday shopping before Halloween this year. That's their intention anyway.
What?
We'll see how that goes, according to one study. Money Watch correspondent Kelly O'Grady got a behind-the-scenes look at how Amazon is using robots to speed up deliveries. But will those robots lead to job cuts for humans?
When you click buy this holiday season, there's a good chance a robot like this is helping to fulfill your order. And with online holiday sales expected to grow up to 9% over last year, major retailers, including Walmart and Amazon, along with shipping carriers like UPS and FedEx, are investing big in robotics.
So what does all that automation mean for the holiday season? We're in Shreveport, Louisiana, getting a behind-the-scenes tour of Amazon's most advanced fulfillment center.
It's called SHV1, and at more than 3 million square feet, Amazon says it's one of the company's largest facilities.
We have a number of different types of new robotics that we're using to fulfill customer orders.
Is that one of them?
Great example of one right here, a very noisy one right here.
Scott Dresser is Amazon's vice president of robotics. He introduced us to that robot named Proteus, one of almost 1,000 in SHV1.
So does this facility run 24/7?
So it can run 24 hours a day, and the robots we designed to run all day long if they need to. Certainly, as we come into our peak holiday season, which we're already getting ready for, that's something we think about a lot because we will have to run the building almost all day round.
When a customer orders a product, the robots get to work. These ones move the item out of storage. Then, one of the 2,500 employees sorts it while another packs it, before it travels along some of the nearly 15 miles of conveyor belts to get labeled. Meet Cardinal.
Cardinal is lifting packages that weigh up to 50 pounds. And then we can use Proteus to take the container over to the dock. So a lot of it's less about performance, more about making sure that our employees are safe.
The final step here, a human loads the packages onto a truck. Dresser says SHV1 is 25% more efficient than other fulfillment centers.
If you're ordering an order here in Shreveport right before Christmas and you need that by Christmas, robots are going to help make sure we get that product to you fast, safely, and accurately.
He says while the robots are replacing some jobs, they're also creating new ones.
Every time we're able to grow and expand the network, which robotics has enabled over the last decade, we're able to add new jobs, like our robotics maintenance engineers, people that we need in the operation now that we have these new robotics to help us run the building.
While Amazon's revenue has grown, its number of employees has held steady, around 1.5 million since 2022.
You are a public company. You have a duty to your shareholders to maximize profit. At what point does that become more important than ensuring that there's always a human element dealing with something like Proteus?
The thing that we think of most when we're deploying a new fulfillment operation or a new process in a fulfillment operation is how are people and robots best going to be able to do that together.
So man with machine versus machine.
It's always man with machine.
Now, he added that Amazon is offering training for employees whose positions are being replaced and shared those more advanced jobs pay better. When we pressed him on if those jobs could ever be replaced, he said robots, they're always breaking down, they need assistance, and that humans will be needed for those roles.
How'd you feel being there?
It felt very advanced, but it was a little bit strange. You just have these robots moving around, but they have those googly eyes. They're kind of cute.
Uh-oh, anthropomorphizing?
Yeah,
Is that what the word we learned yesterday?
Yeah.
Saw a face on a robot.
Humanizing, yes.
Yeah. Take those eyes off of there. We got to remind ourselves it's a robot. Kelly, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Good luck to those people planning to shop for Christmas before Halloween.
If you're invested in a fund that follows the S&P 500, about 40% of your money is effectively tied to the performance of just 10 companies, most of which are deeply invested in AI development.
The S&P 500 is an index that is made up of publicly traded stocks of the 500 largest companies in the United States. And each one is given a weighting based off the market size of that company.
The S&P 500 is up more than 40% since October 2021, thanks largely to AI momentum. NVIDIA especially has seen massive gains in the past couple of years. It rose more than 230% in 2023 and 170% in 2024. It's now more than 7% of the S&P 500. That means that one company now carries as much sway in the S&P as the bottom 224 stocks combined.
For many people, and I would say most investors in target date funds, a significant portion of your portfolio, particularly equity, is in the S&P 500.
I think investors have gotten so used to the idea that the S&P 500 is a relatively low-risk way to invest, and it's kind of obscured the fact that it's a technology mega-cap fund today.
Others feel this bias toward tech and AI is an opportunity for investors to get ahead.
I think tech continues to lead the market higher, and that ultimately has really changed the game for investors.
So what does this concentration mean for the millions of Americans whose financial futures depend on the S&P 500? The S&P 500 is what's called a market cap weighted index. That means bigger companies have a bigger influence on how the index moves. Investors measure market capitalization by taking the number of shares a company has issued and multiplying it by its stock price. Therefore, if investors are driving up a stock's price, that can increase the company's market cap, which will then increase the company's weight in the S&P 500. That's one of the reasons why the S&P 500 has become so heavily driven by AI and tech giants.
Nearly half of the S&P market cap has medium to high exposure to AI, according to Citigroup's estimates. So what that means is that a lot of these companies in the index have put big bets on the emerging technology that's set to come out. The question is, will those bets pay off?
People are really optimistic about these companies, which is driving up the stock price, which is going to continuously increase the market capitalization, which will increase the market weight or the weighting in the S&P 500.
But because of the surge in AI enthusiasm, the S&P 500's performance now increasingly tracks a few very large tech stocks. The median stock in the index has risen less than the top-performing tech stocks.
Over the last few years, the vast majority of the earnings and revenue growth that we've seen in the S&P 500 have come from tech and AI more specifically.
To some investors, that kind of concentration looks risky, but others see it as a sign of strength.
I think it's a great thing because right now the biggest asset in this U.S., when you think about across the country, it's Silicon Valley. It's AI, it's the arms race, that we're ahead of China. That's why you're seeing, even on S&P, the additions continue to be new tech, next gen versus maybe old legacy. And that's a positive as this continues to play out.
The idea behind the S&P 500 was to give investors a broad look at a much more diverse set of stocks to follow an index that way, whereas before you had the Dow Jones, which was just 30 names, obviously much more concentrated, a much smaller slice of the public markets.
So you've seen luminary investors like Warren Buffett of Berkshire Hathaway or John Bogle of Vanguard have touted the strategy of investing in the S&P 500 fund exclusively. If you set it and forget it and just buy and hold the index, you can make money over a long period of time and become rich. There have been ETFs and mutual funds that have started around the S&P 500, and the attraction there is that they mirror the index very closely, and they are low-cost funds that are passively managed so that you're really getting exposure to the big names in the stock market without paying a lot of money.
Investors will often strive for a diverse portfolio to ensure that one stock that has some sort of cataclysmic event that might cause the price to drop by 20, 30, 50% wouldn't have an outsized impact on the value of their portfolio. So having the diversification of the S&P 500, having allocations across 500 separate names, historically would provide for insurance against one name blowing up and having an overly negative impact on your portfolio value.
I think set it and forget it is no longer as applicable if your entire portfolio for retirement is in the S&P 500. Even regardless of what's happening in the AI market, it really isn't well diversified.
The top 5 companies alone in the S&P 500, NVIDIA, Microsoft, Apple, Google parent company Alphabet, and Amazon, represent nearly 30% of the index.
And so many people aren't aware how their retirement portfolio performance or taxable account portfolio performance is really dependent upon the success of these 5 companies.
The S&P 500 is still diverse for sure. You still have 500 names that make up the index. It is, however, much more concentrated than it has been throughout most of its history. There's probably some level of truth in calling the S&P 500 just a mega cap tech fund at this point. But when you look at the broader economy now, so much of that is tech and tech related. It's becoming something that is all encompassing. So having an index that is representative of our economy being so weighted toward tech and AI, you could actually argue makes a lot of sense.
But some see this concentration as an upside for investors.
You want the average investor to have more exposure to tech rather than less. I'd rather be owning tech in the left lane of Ferrari going 100 miles an hour than going 45 miles an hour in the right lane with value. I just think tech is where the growth is. That's where the asset values are going to continue to go higher, and you want to be more exposed to AI. And I think these indexes have really created that. We're living in a fourth industrial revolution, and I think the market is starting to reflect that, and it's an exciting time to be an investor in U.S. tech. I think big tech's going to continue to lead this market higher. I think it will spread to mid cap and small cap, but I think it continues to be led by big cap tech. The point is, this is going to spread to the rest of the market, but it starts and it ends with big tech.
As AI continues to spread across different sectors and reshape the economy, investors may need to reevaluate what it means to diversify their portfolios.
For investors in the S&P 500 index and the markets more generally, it pays to have a diversified strategy. So if you're investing in the S&P 500 index in particular, and you're concentrated in that, you run the risk of having losses that might interfere with your personal timeline, say retirement or another investment goal. And you also may feel the urge to react emotionally if the market is down or even if the market's up. So experts always say to have a diversified strategy. There may be times when the S&P 500 does better, and then there may be times when international stocks, value stocks, small cap stocks do better. And so if you have a diversified strategy with other stocks and bonds, you will have a portfolio that may not rise as dramatically, but it won't fall as dramatically with the market's ups and downs.
Financial experts recommend spreading risk across different company sizes, sectors, and regions of the world. That mix typically depends on an investor's time horizon.
Someone's time horizon to retirement, 10 to 15 years versus 30 years, can be quite significant because that allows the investor who has a longer time horizon to take on more risk in their portfolio because they have much more time to recover if things do not go as they would like. So typically, if you're an individual who is 30 plus years to retirement, we're going to focus primarily in stocks or equities. We're going to focus probably more on a higher international allocation, but with that comes a higher level of volatility and risk. We may have more allocation to tech because it does typically have higher long-term performance versus if someone is 10 to 15 years from retirement, we still will have equities and stocks. But we may do something a little bit more defensive. And by defensive, I mean maybe not all in tech and growth, but maybe having an allocation to more value-based companies, more traditional stock-like equity performance, like a Johnson & Johnson, or more of the consumer staples or utilities, or stocks that provide more dividend income, that offer more stability, but still gives you some long-term growth.
This strategy starts with knowing what you already own.
It's important for investors to understand of the ETFs and mutual funds they have, what is my current exposure to AI? And if I buy stocks out of that, am I comfortable increasing my exposure in that significant of a way? I think people just see sometimes funds or ETFs as like a blend of the portfolio, not realizing that they could be building more concentration and less diversification on how they purchase individual stocks.
Another way to lower concentration risk is to change how you invest in the S&P 500 itself.
The easiest way to maintain exposure to the S&P 500, but to lessen the overall exposure to tech and AI, would just be to go with an S&P 500 equal weighted index exchange traded fund. The difference there being instead of each member being weighted by their market cap, each one is weighted the exact same. So you don't get these outsized influences from a handful of large names or one sector that is leading the returns. being in the equal weight index certainly has its drawbacks when you have a bull market like we're experiencing now, where the largest names are leading. So you will miss some upside there. However, it does give you some level of reduced exposure in the event that the largest names are the ones that crack and go down.
Artificial intelligence.
Jobs.
Artificial intelligence.
Job. Artificial intelligence.
You've heard the AI warnings.
Every technological revolution affects the job market.
AI could cost some humans their jobs in the near future.
But AI is also creating some new jobs, specifically one. So I decided to apply. Job title, prompt engineer. Responsibilities, writing text commands or prompts to get the best answers out of a generative AI large language model, like ChatGPT. Pay up to $250,000 a year. To figure out exactly what a prompt engineer does, I decided to apply to be one at Hebbia, a New York-based AI startup. Wish me luck.
Hi. Swetha, good to meet you.
Nice to meet you. I have wanted to be a prompt engineer since as long as I can remember. All right, fine. The company was in on this little experiment.
It's really interesting that you say that because the role actually didn't exist until maybe a year ago.
Yes, prompt engineering is a totally new type of job because, well, large language models, or LLMs, like ChatGPT, only hit the scene a year ago. And if you've used ChatGPT, prompt engineering is actually pretty easy to understand. You type in your prompt, instructing whatever you'd like the large language model to do. The model then returns an answer, but sometimes that answer is unwieldy or not what you wanted. The better the input, the better the output.
For really one of the first times ever, we've been able to expose a pretty complicated piece of technology to someone that doesn't know how to code, to someone that knows how to talk to these models in a highly instructive, highly clear way. And that person is the prompt engineer.
So really it's a translator.
That's exactly what it is. You're translating between the machine and the human.
Seems like something I could be pretty good at.
I think so too.
But what's a good prompt and how do you learn to write them? Well, I went back to school. And by school, I mean a Coursera class. Look at that. 100 and 100.
Prompts aren't just a one-off that you give to the large language model.
In his 6-week prompt engineering for ChatGPT class, Dr. Jules White, a professor of computer science at Vanderbilt University, teaches you how to structure sentences to get the desired output from the bot. You seem bored by this browser. There's the persona, or role prompt. For instance, act as an assistant helping a financial analyst. You're instructing the LLM to take on a persona. There's the new information prompt. This is where you feed the model new data it might not know about. Say, here's the transcript from the Microsoft earnings call. Please summarize the mentions of Bing. And you get a summary. Hebbia's Matrix app actually does all of this. It allows financial institutions and other businesses to upload or access huge data sets, filings, earnings transcripts, calls. Then it uses AI to find answers, so people don't have to manually go through it all. And that's what Swetha gave me as a prompt engineering assignment.
So in this case, let's say that you are doing an analysis on earnings calls for a public company.
I did a pretty good job at writing those prompts, but there was another part of the job I wasn't prepared for: coding. In some cases, a prompt engineer may have to code the queries into the tool itself, so Hebbia's clients can use them with a single tap. It was about that time that I knew this probably wasn't my next job. Plus, I was a little worried about how long this job might be a job, which I decided to bring up in my interview with the CEO. Joanna, nice to meet you. As these models get better, is prompt engineering going to be necessary?
At the end of the day, you'll still need people to tell them explicit instructions. Even in programming, where machines are perfect at understanding code, there's still a job for people to go back and forth.
So, what did I learn today? Well, getting a job as a prompt engineer is harder than I thought. Still, Anyone who wants to successfully work with AI tools and elicit the best answers from them really should learn some of these prompt writing skills, even if your next job title isn't officially prompt engineer.
Joanna, enjoyed meeting you too. After some deliberation, we will not be continuing the hiring process here. Wishing you the best in your search. Yeah, rough.
Amazon's new robot, Vulcan, doesn't look like a person or move like one.
This is the robotic gripper. This is the hand. These are paddles that can squeeze the item.
But it's doing a job that until now only people at Amazon could do, stowing thousands of items into bins.
Our hands are one of those most amazing parts of our bodies. And it's that physical intelligence, that physical AI that we're trying to give to the Vulcan robots.
While other robots rely on cameras, Vulcan is Amazon's first robot that's able to feel the items it touches, meaning it can handle way more items than past robots, choosing and placing them accurately.
So on a single shelf, you might be able to create a certain size space, maybe for a dog toy, but not for a basketball. The robot is doing that assessment.
So as Amazon empowers some of its 750,000 plus robots with more and more skills like ours, is Vulcan the robot that could finally eliminate the need for Amazon's human workforce?
There may be a reduction in workforce, but no, the workers will still be needed and the workers will be more efficient.
We went to Spokane, Washington to get the world's first look at Vulcan, fully in use on the warehouse floor, and ask its lead creator exactly how it works, why it's a game changer, and what's stopping robots from replacing all the people at Amazon warehouses like this one.
So the warehouse is 2.6 million square feet. It has 2,500 full and part-time employees.
Those employees are handling 3.5 million items every week here, with a lot of help from thousands of robots. Amazon says globally, robots help with 75% of all orders.
Amazon is one of the most advanced robot users in the world. Now, robot warehouses are an astonishing thing.
There's some 5,000 robotic drive units here, ferrying packages around and tall yellow bins filled with items.
Instead of a human being going to get the product from the shelf comes to the human being.
Except for some drive units, most of Amazon's robots, including Vulcan, operate behind a fence.
To make sure that everyone around them is safe.
Robotic arms like Cardinal, Robin, and the newer Sparrow have been moving items and packages around in Amazon warehouses since 2021. But those primarily rely on cameras for detection and suction for grasp.
So we give the robot a sense of touch using a sensor that measures force in all three directions.
Aaron Parness spent 10 years developing robotics for space at NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory before joining Amazon in 2019. Now he leads the team that developed Vulcan. When the idea first came up, he thought it was impossible.
There was a recent PhD graduate who was trying to get the robot to stow items into the fabric pods. My first impression was, oh, how naive. The real world is going to teach this new grad that robots can't do these things.
Then the team came up with the gripper with a special sensor and some key movement capabilities.
Like sweeping the items to one side. And I had this pivot from, this is never going to work, to, oh my gosh, this is the future.
The final result, Vulcan, is a 3-part system. An employee puts an item from these yellow bins onto a conveyor where it's picked up by the first part, a moving robotic structure called a gantry.
Which is a robot that moves horizontally and vertically. We'll take that bag of Skittles and put it into our buffer wall. It waits there until the robot makes a match. So the robot brain is looking for an opportunity where it can create enough space to put that bag of Skittles.
Next, it's picked up by this robotic round foam disc.
We affectionately call that the squash turner. So it reorients the item, kind of like it sounds. Things like books where you want the titles facing out, or things where you need to align it so that it'll fit in the space.
Finally, the item is picked up by the gripper.
It has conveyor belts built in, and so the item feeds forward and backward. So the gripper has a sense of force on its grasp axis as well. So we don't squeeze a bag of Skittles as strongly as we squeeze a physics textbook. That
precise amount of pressure and torque is determined by an AI-powered sensor. This is the sense of touch that until now, experts say hasn't been put into commercial use in robotics.
The other thing that's super cool here is this guy. It's an extended sort of spatula, and the force sensor, the thing that we're feeling the world, sits right behind here, right on that spatula.
This new ability to adjust pressure means Vulcan can handle up to 75% of the 1 million unique items in inventory here in Spokane. Amazon's Sparrow robotic arm can handle some 60% of items, while Robin and Cardinal only manipulate packages.
We're also using generative AI to predict how the items are going to move. So if I push on the t-shirt, is it going to compress? Versus if I push on the bowling ball.
Vulcan's final step, finding the perfect spot to stow the item, adds some major efficiency gains for Amazon.
One of the use cases we have for AI is predicting how much space we can make in a bin, and then taking the right item that maximizes the filling of that predicted space.
So a bit like Tetris.
It is a bit like Tetris.
There is one robot you won't see all over the warehouse floor. In 2023, Amazon announced Digit, a humanoid robot by Agility Robotics that it's testing to help organize and move totes. In 2024, CNBC saw Digit being tested, but it's a long way off from being deployed at scale.
These robots don't need to be limited by a human form. They could be better than us. So why not have wheels? And that's the question, is why are you putting legs on the thing? Why are you making it a humanoid form when there are better shapes?
Vulcan, meanwhile, is not at all humanoid.
Does Vulcan represent a moment where robotics have gone from gimmick to real-world application?
To me, it doesn't matter if the robot has legs or wheels or it's bolted to the floor. I think the thing that makes the robot useful is having that sense of touch so that it can interact in high contact and high clutter environments. That's the tipping point for me, and I think we're right there, and it's so exciting.
Amazon says Vulcan operates at about the same speed as a human for now, but it also doesn't need to rest.
We have downtime for maintenance and repairs and those kinds of things, but the robot is able to operate, 20 hours a day.
Which begs the question, why wouldn't Amazon replace all its workers with robots?
If you build a terribly complicated automated system and it breaks, then everything stops. Taking out the last human is so expensive, it's so disruptive. It would be a huge investment and an enormous risk.
Instead, Amazon says Vulcan will create more jobs that are higher skilled, saying it spent more than $1.2 billion on free training to upskill 350,000 of its workers in the last 5 years.
The new jobs are going to be in maintaining and operating the robots, in installing and building the robots.
I think it will be an increase in more interesting jobs and a decrease in the dull, the dirty, and dangerous.
Humans and robotics will need to be working closely together.
In her 16 months at Amazon, Carrie Freitas-Hardy has moved from picking to working with the robots, helping when they run into issues.
It would be many decades off to have them just come in and take over. So at this point, it's more exciting, if you ask me, to see the growth potential, because that is where it does increase jobs on the backside.
Freitas-Hardy says she's not making more money in her new role. But Amazon does have a free mechatronics and robotics apprenticeship program, which it says typically leads to pay increases of about 40% in new roles like those at a fulfillment center in Louisiana.
There are 10 times more robots than you would find in a building like we're in today. They have the same 2,500 full-time, part-time workers that we have here, but 30% more of those jobs are high-skill technical jobs.
One reason Vulcan can't replace people is that it only handles items up to 8 pounds, and certain shapes like round objects are hard to manage. But it does move fast, which is why it'll remain behind this fence.
Because we want to go super fast at stowing items, the robot's moving quickly, and so it is much safer just to keep it behind a fence.
The robotic drive units on the floor with workers are controlled by QR codes and radio signals coming from special vests worn by workers like Freitas-Hardy, so they know to slow down and avoid her.
So our pods are moving at quite a little bit of a pace, and you do not want to get run into by a pod. It could drag you around the floor. So again, safety is key here.
In fact, one of Vulcan's key objectives is to improve worker safety by stowing and picking in the less ergonomic high and low shelves. Limiting workers to mid-height shelves, the so-called power zone, could lower the chance for worker injuries. Amazon has long struggled with injury rates far higher than those at other warehouses, although Amazon claims those rates have improved significantly.
It's all day long and repetitive motions. I'm up and down the ladder, I'm squatting, I'm lunging. I hurt my knee because I was personally doing some bad body mechanics. I know that as a picker, if I had an innovation like this where I could have stayed within my power zone, my days would have been just so much easier.
One of our key metrics we look at is safety. So what percentage of the stows is it doing to the top 3 or 4 rows where the employee would have to reach overhead? We have a plan for that metric to get to 100%.
The hardest part of doing this job, I would say, is the repetitiveness.
Stower Daniel DeMaio has been at Amazon more than 11 years.
I expect everything to be fully automated within 10 years. I mean, absolutely, the way technology is going, and it has to be because of customer demand, I'm sure.
But at least for now, experts say fully automated warehouses without humans aren't coming anytime soon.
We used to call them dark warehouses, dark factories. We don't tend to talk about those anymore. Humans are so flexible. There's so much that a human can do that now very much we think about how can I bring in robots without having to make my factory dark.
At one point, there were rumors of fully dark warehouses that were all automated, 24 hours a day. Is that still the future?
No, not at all. Like, I don't believe in 100% automation. If we had to get Vulcan to do 100% of the stows and picks, it would never happen.
So if jobs won't be eliminated, what is the big ROI for robots like Vulcan?
Product returns are incredibly high, and product returns are incredibly expensive. Some of them will be because the wrong thing was put in the box. And if you can reduce that, that's a real cost saving straight away.
For now, Vulcan is only in 2 warehouses, this one in Spokane and one in Hamburg, Germany, and it's processed about 500,000 orders. Existing robotic arms like Robin have sorted about 4 billion packages. Amazon wouldn't disclose how much it cost to develop Vulcan, but it says it took 3 years and a team that's grown to 250 people. Ann Parnas says Vulcan is a huge business opportunity.
But Vulcan can interact with the world in a more human-like manner, and that gives us a lot more process paths that we can use automation to bring down the cost that our customer pays and the speed with which we can deliver those products to our customers.
Meanwhile, the front page of the Wall Street Journal has some new reporting on the wave of white-collar layoffs, with major companies like Amazon, UPS, Target announcing cuts, slashing thousands of corporate roles. In their statements, companies cited in part growing pressure to operate more efficiently and to embrace the use of artificial intelligence. So, Jim Vandehei, that brings us around to your piece with Mike Allen, looking at how an AI job apocalypse unfolds in front of us, and it does seem to be accelerating, especially yesterday with that news from Amazon of 14,000 jobs cut, and then explicitly writing in their statement about the role of AI in the cuts.
Yeah, I think it's hard for viewers and readers to realize, to sort through all the news and really seize on what matters. I cannot stress to parents, to students, to anyone who's in a job that could be imminently affected by AI, what a big deal this is. You have all of these companies basically saying they're either laying off employees or that they're dramatically slowing hiring over the next year because of automation and because of AI. At the same time, you had this company, Mercor, a couple days ago raise money at a $10 billion valuation. It's a 2-year-old company started by and run by 22-year-olds who were college roommates and then dropped out not long ago. What that company does, and the reason it got such a high valuation, is it basically pays doctors and lawyers and other professionals to train AI to basically do their job, so that companies can then do the work of humans using robots or using artificial intelligence. This is unfolding very fast, and maybe it's not as bad as the naysayers say. There's no doubt. I've not found a single CEO that I have talked to in the last 6 months who's not told me privately that they are dramatically slowing hiring or not backfilling jobs when people leave or considering layoffs, specifically because of AI. This should be the only topic that Congress is thinking about and talking about. I don't think most workers realize what's happening. In our piece, we linked to this report by Microsoft that was done this summer that shows you all of the tasks and all of the jobs that are most vulnerable. If you're in one of those jobs, or if your kid is going to school and considering those professions, you've got to be thinking about this. You have to be thinking about, how can I do that job if artificial intelligence can do it for free or do it better? In some cases, it can make you a better employee, but it might force you to think about doing something differently. And I don't think politicians are leveling with the American people. They're not talking about the extent of what's going to happen over the next 3 years. That doesn't mean AI couldn't be a massive boom like other technologies over a long horizon. But in the short term, it's really hard to see how a lot of people aren't going to end up struggling and trying to find a new job, especially if you're entry level coming out of college.
Jim, you're so right. We're watching politicians and podcasters, other people fighting and debating over the dumbest things right now.
Oh my God.
This is an existential threat to working Americans, for middle-class Americans. It's a 1-2 punch.
Yeah.
It's AI. It's robotics. You start talking about robotics with leaders of a lot of these tech companies, and they will talk about, basically it's sort of a space race for robotics and what country is ahead of the other country. So you've got white collar workers getting hit, blue collar workers getting hit. And Mike Barnacle, I remember in 1992, Bill Clinton's campaign being saved from the Jennifer Flowers scandal by him going into the snows of New Hampshire and explaining to those people that were suffering from factories closing, post-industrial rot that was brought on from the information age revolution and then the tech revolution. We're going to get those jobs back. That was 33, 34 years ago. Politicians in either party haven't gotten those jobs back for those working Americans. The factories have closed. They're not coming back. And if they do come back, they're going to be run by AI and robots. And yet Washington, D.C. is just not doing anything about it.
Joe, one of the most critical things that Jim just alluded to, that he just talked about, is if you're at home and your children are in college or whatever, and they're training themselves educationally for a specific series of jobs or a specific profession that they're interested in, will that profession still be there when they graduate from college? And the after effect of that is what you just raised. Are we confident that the United States Congress has a significant membership, a percentage of membership, of its membership, that realize the threat of AI?
They have no idea.
That's the point.
All they look at are the people that are contributing money from these monopolies in Silicon Valley. It's all they. And if you ask them to even talk about AI, they go, well, we can't beat China may beat us. They have no idea. They're clueless. They've been clueless for 30 years. Again, about, how do you help communities, whether it's in New Hampshire, whether it's textile mills in South Carolina, whether it's, factories all across the Rust Belt up and down New England that have been shuttered for decades. They have no answer. And now the biggest 1-2 punch is coming to working Americans, and they're fighting about the stupidest things imaginable and focusing on the stupidest things imaginable. And yes, I will put a ballroom at the White House and a $40 billion bailout of Argentina near the top of that list. But talk about, Mika, kids.
Yeah.
Kids that are coming out of college. I say kids, young adults coming out of college. How things have gotten so much bleaker today than they were even 5 years ago because of what Jim's talking about, because of AI.
No, I mean, kids are putting out applications that they spend hours on, and they'll get an AI response. And this is the beginning of, I think, what you said, the existential crisis. It is going to be a generation of young people with no jobs if we're not careful, with nowhere to go. And, it's frightening.
And Willie, we can't say we haven't been warned. That's one of the things that Jim Van Dyke's done so well in Axios. They're talking about this, but I'm surprised more people aren't talking about the coming wave of layoffs.
Yeah, and we get the executives you're talking about who run these tech companies show up, once a year, once every couple of years. They take their hits on Capitol Hill. They run circles around some of the members who, as you say, don't really understand the issue. They go back to business and, by the way, now get massive tax cuts and subsidies to continue doing what they're doing, effectively unregulated. Jim, one interesting byproduct of all this, though, is a rethinking of what a good education is, of what good career training is. There was a report put out that these very AI companies are going to need 130,000 electricians in the next couple of years, for example. So people thinking differently about what education means. How am I educating myself? How am I preparing myself for the future?
Yeah, and this is why leadership matters. It doesn't actually have to be this way. So I've done a bunch of phone calls over the last 2 weeks with Chamber of Commerce in some of the biggest cities, so from Phoenix to Des Moines to Pittsburgh. And a common theme in a lot of these cities is that they actually have jobs that have been open for a while and they can't fill them because they don't have people who live there who have those skills. So one of the things Congress could be doing is build some kind of database, make it very clear about what type of jobs are open, where are they, what type of education do you need? If you don't have that education, how could you get the skill training to do it? I bet you the AI companies would be glad to help even fund that because a lot of those jobs are either AI specific or they're dependent or adjacent companies like energy companies, chip companies, or data companies. And so what Joe was saying about the lack of understanding among a lot of members of Congress about AI, in some ways it is criminal because it is one of the biggest topics of our generation. And there are things that lawmakers could do, and they don't necessarily have to cost people. And I think people are being misled by the fact that the stock market is booming. Unless you are directly invested in the stock market or you have a robust 401k, you're not benefiting from a big stock market. So yes, people who are in the stock market, I'm benefiting from it. But if you don't have enough money or you don't have a 401k, who cares what's happening to the S&P 500? It's making rich people richer. It's not helping the people who are about to have their health care premiums go up or might need that SNAP payment that's about to expire. Like that is the role that Congress could play in this, but they just keep doing weird things when you could be looking at the most substantive thing unfolding in real time. Joe, you're right. You know ahead of time it's coming. They're telling you.
Right. Again, there are two Americas right now, and you have a GDP that is fueled a lot by what you're saying, the top 1%, and even the stock market, Mika. You got the Mag 7, the Magnificent Seven, fueling so much of the stock market's growth. You take out those 7 companies, most of them monopolies, the stock market's not close to where it is right now. No.
And again, it comes down to jobs. Millions of jobs ultimately are going to be lost as we go into the future here. And what is Congress going to do? It's a very uncertain time.
Welcome back. Amazon says it will be eliminating thousands of corporate jobs as it looks to further invest in AI. Our Mackenzie Sagalos has more on the areas of the business that'll be most affected. Morning, Mac.
Hey, good morning, Carl. So this is the latest chapter in Amazon's multi-year efficiency drive, which is largely focused on hollowing out layers of middle management. Now, the company is cutting 14,000 white-collar jobs, or about 4% of its corporate workforce, with layoffs hitting teams across the business. Employees in its video games, grocery, HR, comms, ads, and devices units were informed of cuts early this morning, but layoffs are expected to touch nearly every area of the business. Amazon's HR chief also suggesting in a blog post this morning that more job cuts are coming through 2026. And if the total hits 30,000, as Reuters reports, this would be the largest corporate layoff in Amazon's history. Now, the company says it is streamlining to move faster and shifting resources to its biggest bets. And right now, that means data centers, chips, and the infrastructure needed to compete in those hyperscaler wars. It's all part of a broader reckoning across the Mag 7. Tech giants are pouring billions into AI while quietly acknowledging that they'll need fewer workers to sustain that growth. Meta's year of efficiency has become an industry blueprint. You've got Google cutting 35% of small team managers in the last year. Microsoft shed 15,000 roles this summer alone. And then Amazon CEO Andy Jassy, he said this June that generative AI will shrink their headcount. Since 2022, Amazon has already cut more than 27,000 jobs, and it's now on pace to spend more than $120 billion just this year on CapEx to compete in those cloud wars. And then in the background, internal documents showing Amazon plans to automate 75% of its operations by 2033, potentially avoiding 600,000 new warehouse hires. So, Carl, the message is clear here. AI may be boosting stocks, but it's thinning out the employment ranks.
Yeah, there was a good chart today out of Goldman looking at hyperscaler CapEx going higher, obviously, and buybacks and dividends as a result going lower. I wonder if you think the news today that you mentioned suggests that maybe consensus on hyperscaler CapEx is still too light.
Well, and that's what we're going to be looking at this week. You've got Amazon reporting on Thursday, Google on Wednesday, and they both have been upping their spend commitments. And there's a lot of pressure going into earnings, given the numbers that we've seen from OpenAI, deals accounting to more than $1.5 trillion. But what I will say is that this morning, Carl, we saw that Microsoft OpenAI news, and part of that commercial agreement that they struck was a guarantee that OpenAI would use $250 billion worth of compute from Microsoft Azure, but no longer does Microsoft have right of first refusal, which means that it's open season in terms of courting OpenAI's business, and Amazon Web Services has yet to provide them compute.
Yeah, in addition to the CoreWeave and Google deals that we've already seen, that's going to get really spicy. Mac, thank you. I'm Mackenzie Sagalos watching Amazon at least today.
A well-known and respected tech CEO, Dario Amodei, who heads a cutting-edge AI company called Anthropic, is raising alarms tonight about AI's potential impact on employment that could soon be felt. While he says AI can lead to incredible advancements like medical breakthroughs and boost the economy, he believes it could also lead to half of entry-level white-collar jobs disappearing and 10 to 20% unemployment in the next 1 to 5 years. It's something that's been talked about within tech circles for a while, but rarely so starkly and so publicly. I spoke to him just before air about that and other implications he thinks AI may have on society. Dario, you've said that AI could wipe out half of all entry-level white-collar jobs and spike unemployment to 10 to 20%. How soon might that happen?
Well, let's, well, first of all, thanks for having me on the show. But just to back up a little bit, you know, I've been building AI for over a decade. And I think maybe the most salient feature of the technology and what is driving all of this is how fast the technology is getting better. A couple of years ago, you could say that AI models were maybe as good as a smart high school student. I would say that now they're as good as a smart college student and sort of reaching past that. I really worry, particularly at the entry level, that the AI models are you know, very much at the center of what an entry level human worker would do. And so it's hard to estimate, you know, exactly what the impact would be. And you know, there's always this question of adaptation. And you know, these technology changes have happened before, but I think what is striking to me about this AI boom is that it's bigger and it's broader and it's moving faster than anything has before. And so compared to previous technology changes, I'm a little bit more worried about the labor impact simply because it's happening so fast that yes, people will adapt, but they may not adapt fast enough, and so there may be an adjustment period.
You are running an incredibly important company in AI, and you know this better than anybody, or as well as you know all the names we know, people, Sam Altman and others who are working, Elon Musk in AI. Why are you raising the alarm? Because it's not necessarily, I would think, in your best interest. Because a lot of the messages we hear from, at least publicly, from, you know, some AI CEOs and stuff is a little bit more calming, like, you know, these agents are going to be great in your life, and yes, there may be problems, but, you know, writ large, this is a fantastic thing.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I think the reason I'm raising the alarm is that I think others haven't as much, and you know, I think someone needs to say it. You know, to be clear, and you know, I recognize it's always a difficult balance, right? I'm aware of my position that I'm building this technology while also expressing concerns about it. And, the reason I'm doing both of those things is, one, I think the benefits are massive. And, we need to find a way to achieve the benefits and mitigate or prevent the harms. And, the second thing I would say is, look, there are, as you mentioned, 6 or 7 companies in the US building this technology, right? If we stop doing it tomorrow, the rest would continue. If all of us somehow stopped doing it tomorrow, then China would just beat us. And I don't think China winning in this technology is, I don't think that helps anyone or makes the situation any better.
I do want to read something that Sam Altman, your former boss at OpenAI, said in September. He was saying that AI can cause significant, in his words, significant change in labor markets, good and bad. He went on to say that most jobs will change more slowly than most people think. And then he said this, and I want to just read it word for word. He said, many of the jobs we do today would have looked like trifling wastes of time to people a few hundred years ago. But nobody is looking back at the past wishing they were a lamplighter. If a lamplighter could see the world today, he would think the prosperity all around him was unimaginable. And if we could fast forward 100 years from today, the prosperity all around us would feel just as unimaginable. For younger people, I should say lamplighters was actually a job. People went around lighting lamps on the streets. I think a lot of people may not even know what a lamplighter is. But do you think Sam Altman is wrong?
Yeah, so, I think there are some things I agree with about that, and then there are some things that I think are too optimistic. So, I definitely agree that, AI, if we succeed at it, can grow the pie greatly, right? I wouldn't be surprised if economic growth is much higher than it is today as a macroscopic phenomenon, right? That AI allows society as a whole to be more productive. So
let me just say, because you've previously in the past said you've described a future where cancer is cured, the economy grows at 10% a year, the budget is balanced, and 20% of people don't have jobs.
That's exactly what I was getting to, right? Where I agree with all the positive potential. I think that isn't wrong. But I think the quote you just flashed is maybe too optimistic, maybe too sanguine about the ability for people to adapt. People have adapted to past technological changes, but I'll say again, everyone I've talked to has said this technological change looks different. It looks faster. It looks harder to adapt to. It's broader. The pace of progress keeps catching people off guard. And so I don't know exactly how fast, the job concerns are going to come. I don't know how fast people are going to adapt. It's possible it'll all be okay. But I think that's too sanguine an approach. I think we do need to be raising the alarm. I think we do need to be concerned about it. I think policymakers do need to worry about it. If they do worry and they do act, then maybe we can prevent it. But we're not going to prevent it just by saying everything's going to be okay.
Do we as a society even understand the potential inequalities that this may amplify? And also the impact just on I have little kids. I have a 5-year-old and a 3-year-old. What do they grow up aspiring to if machines can do pretty much everything better? What does it do to initiative or drive or striving? And I don't know the answer to that, yes. But it concerns me.
Let's take those questions one by one. Those do concern me, but I do have thoughts on them. In terms of inequality, I'm worried about this. There's an inherent social contract in democracy where ultimately, the ordinary person has a certain amount of leverage because they're contributing to the economy. If that leverage goes away, then it's hard to make democracy. It's harder to make democracies work, and it's harder to prevent concentration of power. And so, we need to make sure that the ordinary person maintains economic leverage and has a way to make a living, or our society, our social contract won't work. And that's why I think it's important.
During testing, your company's latest chatbot, Claude 4, was capable of what was described as extreme blackmail. Specifically, I understand it threatened to reveal an engineer's extramarital affair when it was told it would be taken offline and replaced. This was a simulation. Were you surprised by that? And what is that? I mean, that freaked me out when I read that. What does that mean?
Yeah, so just to be clear and to put this in context, I mean, this was, as you said, a behavior that emerged during kind of extreme testing of the model. So if you were to make an analogy to, cars, this is like, you deliberately put the car on the iciest road possible, you mess with the brakes, and, you do that so you can see if you really stress test the thing, you can, then you can make the crash dummy blow up.
Right.
So this isn't something that the model does in practice and actual usage, but the reason we stress test the models this way is, that's the best way to test for and prevent problems in the real world. So
right, icy roads do exist.
Yeah, no, but you know exactly. You want to turn every adversarial condition up to the max all at once. Right. And it's only by testing in that way that you get the model to not do that in the real world. So I wasn't surprised by these behaviors, but this is an example of how we have to be very careful in how we take control of AI systems.
I mean, does it? The obvious question is, does that pretend AI becoming self-aware, and could that lead to dire consequences?
I certainly don't exclude the concept. We have a couple people who are actually working on this topic. But as crazy as it sounds, of do AI systems have morally significant feelings? I would guess that they don't right now. But when you run an AI company, these crazy seeming questions are things that you study. So I would say this is probably not the case now. But again, the field is advancing so fast that I don't think you can exclude even crazy sounding things like this.
What are practical steps people should take to be prepared? I mean, ordinary citizens, me, lawmakers, what do you advise?
Yeah,
particularly lawmakers, I guess, really.
Yeah, well, let's take them one by one. I think for ordinary citizens, I think it's very important, learn to use AI, learn to understand where the technology is going. If you're not blindsided, you have a much better chance of adapting. There's some, better world, at least in the short term, at least for now, we should take it bit by bit where everyone learns to use AI better. And that speeds up the adaptation that is definitely going to happen eventually, but it'll be less painful if it happens quickly. For lawmakers, I would say really be aware of these issues. And, we're trying very hard to produce data on the economic impact, not taking off the table, some fairly radical notions. Like I wouldn't exclude the notion of, levying a tax on AI companies, right? If AI creates huge total wealth, a lot of that will by default go to the AI companies and less to ordinary people. And so, definitely not in my economic interest to say that, but I think this is something we should consider, and I think it shouldn't be a partisan thing.
Dario, thank you so much. It's really fascinating.
Yeah, thank you for having me, Anderson.
Just a few weeks ago, Target had a bunch of their employees come here to downtown Minneapolis to their headquarters. They had these team building exercises. It was a huge back to work initiative. And then now today we're learning that they're going to be basically laying off 8% of its workforce. How did those things, how are they compatible?
These are significant cost-cutting initiative by Target. Look, Target is under enormous pressure from new competition, from existing competition, from other types of market forces, inflation, pressure put on tariffs, specifically goods it sells like electronics and apparel and toys and things of that nature. It struggled with 11 consecutive sluggish quarters and stagnant growth. So these cost-cutting measures are really necessary for the company to sort of improve the bottom line on the cost side of the ledger, and then beginning to invest in real initiatives to increase its revenue.
Yeah, speaking of increasing its revenue, I was reading about Target that they've lost, their shares have fallen 65% since they were in 2021. I know competitors are out there like Amazon, namely, really. Why has Target kind of lost its foothold that it seemed like it had just a few short years ago?
Well, clearly there's been a lot of backlash amongst the DEI situation, which has cut into a lot of their profits and their revenue. Okay, it's had to deal with new competition. It's had to deal with Amazon and Walmart really upping their games with respect to optimization and last mile delivery. Even things like store performance and the in-store experience, which the new CEO cited as major areas, goals to improve the in-store experience. for customers. All of that is true. And in addition, you can't ignore the enormous impact that inflation has had. Consumers don't have the type of discretionary income they've had a decade or so ago. And that's really cut in to Target's business model.
You talk about those DEI initiatives. For those at home that might not know, what were the initiatives that they put in place, and why do you think that those initiatives ultimately affected their bottom line?
Well, Target became one of the early lightning rods for folks to mobilize around this move away from DEI, which, by the way, is the trend in most corporate boardrooms today. But with respect to being a major retailer, I really felt a lot of the brunt of that pullback from advocacy groups that were very concerned about Target's high-profile retreat from DEI. And the other factor here is just automation, okay, and the role that robotics is playing with its main competitors, Walmart and Amazon. Okay, Amazon plans to automate roughly 75% of its operations. Okay, so there's enormous pressure for Target to incorporate more robotics, more automation, things like inventory management, last mile inventory, logistics, etc.
What do you mean when you say automation? I think that's a term that I have a rough idea as to what that could mean, but you talk about robotics and whatever, like, are you talking about actual robots like packing packages and shipping them out without a human ever touching a box? Like, how does automation work?
Yes, I mean, the modern day fulfillment center is highly automated, from packaging, but also inventory fulfillment, but also a lot of the AI that's replacing a lot of the corporate positions at companies like Target and Amazon. Incorporating artificial intelligence to do real-time inventory management to get products off the shelves to the consumer in the least costly and the fastest way possible. Now, all of that is resulting in a move away from labor-intensive offices into more artificial intelligence. And it's really a triple whammy. It's not just the corporate head office and the actual stores, but also distribution centers. I think we're going to begin to see more automated payment systems, things that Target already has, but I think you're going to see even more of that in the months and years ahead as this pressure becomes unrelenting to compete not just with Amazon and Walmart, but other startups entering the marketplace.
John, the incoming CEO of Target, said that there are too many layers and overlapping work happening at the company. What do you think he meant exactly by that?
I think when you talk about redundant cost structures, it's duplicity of corporate functions, and that's one of the major reasons why CEOs do major cost-cutting initiatives to cut redundant staff. And now with the new successful precedents of other companies utilizing artificial intelligence, there becomes a real case study and models for Target to really model this cost-cutting initiative after. The message really for the economic development community is twofold. Number one, this will actually enhance the labor market for existing companies in the Twin Cities that are looking to scale up and hire highly skilled workers. It's also an upskilling opportunity for technical colleges to really retrain workers for things like HVAC and plumbing, even industries like drones and advanced manufacturing that are increasingly using robotics and automation. The state workforce program, the Smartify program, I suspect will be a major force to integrate a lot of these laid off workers back into the Minnesota workforce.
Yeah, and you mentioned Amazon and automation earlier. It's not just Target that's laying off workers. Amazon, while they may not be laying off workers per se, they're saying that they're not going to add workers. They want to increase their product sales by double by 2023, or pardon me, by 2033, without adding a single American job. How can Amazon do that? Not add a single U.S. job and double the amount of inventory that they already have going on right now?
Amazon really has been the industry leader with robotics and automation. But at the same time, Amazon is investing in billions of dollars in new capital intensive projects throughout the U.S. with Amazon Web Services. That's creating development and construction jobs coast to coast. It's creating networking and hardware and software jobs coast to coast. So it is creating brick and mortar jobs. We're seeing more of those jobs, high paying jobs with Amazon Web Services. as well as other industries Amazon continues to be a transformative force in. Things like healthcare, banking and finance, transportation, and film and multimedia.
John, it wasn't even too long ago on this very show that we were talking about Amazon building brand new warehouses here in Minnesota. It was going to bring in tens of thousands of jobs here to the state. And now we learned about this information. So how does Amazon go from maybe saying that several months ago, or maybe even a couple of years ago, to now kind of taking this stance of, hey, we're actually not going to be adding actual American jobs to that, but we still want to increase the product inventory that we have going out?
I think Amazon has been one of the largest private sector employers in the U.S. over the past few decades. We suspect it'll continue to do that, but it has to respond to market forces, global market forces, financing rates, inflation, tariffs, all of those things. These are, temporary pullbacks that companies like Amazon and Target will do. But you like to think it's for the long-term health of the company, and it'll result in other investments in high-growth areas. With respect to Amazon, some of those high-growth areas that I just mentioned.
John, would you say that the in-store experience is dying here in the United States? I mean, I'll speak for myself personally. If I'm getting toothpaste or paper towels or soap or whatnot, I'm going to go to Amazon and have that delivered. I'm a Prime member. I'll have that delivered to my apartment in a day. You go to Target and you might be even paying more for those same products, and then you got to lug it to your car, lug it back. It's a whole process. Do you think that in-store experience that Target really kind of bills itself as and prides itself on, you think it's dying? The days weren't so long ago when I was a kid, and my mom, you go get Target popcorn and the icy, and it was a whole thing. The whole in-store experience was a thing. You think that experience is kind of going away here?
Yes, it is. So, for the in-store retailers, brick and mortar retail, it's about experience-based retail. And I think the Target CEO really echoed that, needing to reinvest and reimagine what the in-store experience is like for the Target consumer. Okay, more and more sales are being done online. This is especially true with respect to food and beverage products. Also, pharmacy and pharmacy products, okay, which account for roughly 15% of all retail sales today are done online. It's projected to be closer to 30% by 2040, maybe even more than that, given all the radical advances that we see happening with artificial intelligence and streamlining those last mile delivery systems. So yes, the in-store experience needs to be improved for brick and mortar retailers to be competitive. The big buzzword is experience-based retail. There's no reason Target can't be an industry leader in that, just as it was a decade or so ago.
John, I'll leave you with this. Amazon has all these plans to double the products that they want to put out by 2033. Is there a world where maybe Target Corporation doesn't exist by, I don't know, it's 2025, 15 years, 2040? I mean, do you think that could happen, that they could just go out of business altogether by then?
I don't suspect that at all. I mean, I think despite the 11 consecutive quarters of sluggish performance, Target continues to be a global leader. It has a very loyal global consumer base. It has very smart executives in its C-level suite. I think it's responding to some temporary concerns, market forces. We expect them to correct this. Cost cutting is a necessary step. It's a painful step, but one that companies must do to remove redundant cost structures and have the capital to invest in new revenue creating initiatives.
This is something that the companies all across the board have been doing since the pandemic era, what they call overhiring. A lot of these companies saw the growth in how people were relying on tech during the pandemic when they were home. They were obviously ordering a lot more from Amazon because they didn't want to go to the grocery store if they were at-home workers. And the company hired to accommodate that. And now they don't need as many people. But I heard your earlier point, Carol, about AI. I think that's part of it. But I also think that part of it is when these companies go through periods of opportunity where they see a lot of growth, they're seeing that trend line and they're hiring for the future. We're seeing it right now with AI. People are building out, these companies are building out data centers. They don't know if they're actually going to need all of that capacity long term, but they better make that deal today, or else they might not have it when they need it. So we do see a lot of anticipatory investment from these tech companies over time that sometimes they need to pull back on. In big tech, we haven't seen as big a pullback as we have in the past few years since the pandemic. It's really been a change in the culture, this drive for efficiency, for reducing bureaucratic bloat. And it's not just a line they're throwing out there. We are seeing my colleague Matt Day wrote a really interesting story I encourage everyone to read about AWS and how AWS was at the forefront of cloud, really inventing the market. And in the era of AI, they have fallen back in preference for startups. They had that big outage we talked about last time I was on this show. And some of the employees are attributing that to bloat, to this bureaucratic culture, too many people working on the same things and things not getting done fast enough. So I think, although I hate to see people lose their jobs, I think that is where a lot of this is coming from, the idea that we need these companies in the age of AI to be working faster to try to catch their competitors.
I see a headline like this, Sarah, and I immediately think back to the prominent other headlines that I saw in the last week about big layoffs or mid-sized layoffs at a tech company, Meta Platforms, laying off 600 people who work in AI, and then Target retail, not necessarily tech, but Amazon straddles that, right? And we don't know the details of these layoffs yet, but Target to cut 1,800 roles, 8% of its headquarters team. Taken together, is there a story with these three headlines?
Well, I think that the Meta headline and the Amazon headline are certainly related because they're all attributed to this idea of trying to move faster, to cut a lot of the, maybe unnecessary workforce, maybe workforce that they do expect one day will be augmented by AI tools or are already starting to be augmented by AI tools. But like we've said before, we don't know if the AI tools are actually making people more efficient. That right now it's more of a hope that will be the case. Certainly in coding, it's had a big role. I'm not sure, because we haven't been able to confirm the report just yet, I'm not sure if these are roles in coding. When it comes to Meta and AI, it's really interesting because they are still shuffling around the leadership and therefore the direction of this very expensive super intelligence team that they pulled together over the course of a few months earlier this year. And it seems like that is something that could give the potential of a slowdown for that company, but a lot is riding on Meta's AI efforts. Both companies, Amazon and Meta, I think we are going to have a lot to learn from this week in their earnings, which are coming Meta on Wednesday, Amazon Thursday. So I think that is going to be very key.
Yeah, totally agree with you that I feel like the earnings this week are a big deal to see that those AI investments are paying off. Hey, in the meantime, we're watching very closely what's going on with Qualcomm. They don't report until November 5th, but I'm looking at a stock, Sarah, that is up 12%. At its highs was up nearly 22% today. And this is after unveiling some chips and computers for the AI data center market. We know this is something that has made NVIDIA just on fire and at the center of the AI universe. What do we know about Qualcomm?
Well, they already have a major customer for these chips in the form of Humane, the Saudi company. And so I think that is giving investors a lot of hope that this can not only give them a very strong position in the AI growth as an alternative to NVIDIA, but also help make up for some of the revenue lost by Apple, who was a major customer, going to in-house chips. So I think they see it as very positive for Qualcomm. Of course, this chip is also getting a lot of buzz for its ability to hold quite a lot of DRAM memory. So I think, anytime that someone can make inroads in chips versus NVIDIA, the stock market is going to reward it, but we'll have to see if they're able to take on some of those big tech customers over time, or what their customer base is going to evolve into if this becomes a big part of their portfolio.
Yeah, I mean, time will tell. I mean, I was looking at our BI analyst in the Ian King story, basically saying, it's too soon to call this a serious challenge, right, to NVIDIA's dominance. Even modest share gains, though, in the over $500 billion AI accelerator market could translate into billions in incremental revenue. I mean, right, even this pie is so big, and it just seems to grow at this point, Sarah, that even a piece of it, or a decent piece of it, it could be a lot for Qualcomm if it all plays out.
No, absolutely. There's so much data center build out happening right now, and happening over the course of the next few years. I think we're going to continue to see these multi-billion-dollar deals across the U.S. and around the world. So I think that any player that can get in on that build out it's really significant, and I think that the time is really now. Chips don't last very long once they are unveiled. They maybe last 3 to 5 years before they're obsolete. So I think, for those deals that are in the making in the moment, we're very interested to see what Qualcomm's gonna cook up.
Let's do a deep dive into AI. Artificial intelligence growing at lightning speed. College grads and young workers wonder what the technology means for their careers. And according to a report from Wired, economists at Stanford University say they found the strongest evidence yet that AI is starting to eliminate certain jobs. So it's a good time to bring in Will Knight, senior writer for Wired and author of the AI Lab newsletter. Okay, let's talk about this. Let's break this down. Tell us about this new research and what jobs AI will take.
Hi, yes, thanks for having me. So this report is really interesting. We often hear people say that certain jobs are going to be eliminated, or there's going to be widespread unemployment, but actually there's been relatively little data to back that up. So this looked at payroll data for several years, ever since ChatGPT came online, and it shows that rather than specific types of jobs, it's particular categories of jobs and certain types of workers. Mostly less experienced younger workers. So this makes sense because tools like ChatGPT can automate some of the simplest tasks, the kinds of things you might have like an intern or a junior person do in certain industries. So in places like coding or customer support, those are areas which are most sort of vulnerable to AI.
Let's talk about the good side of this, okay? It's not going to take all jobs. AI could actually create opportunities, and where might we see those?
Right, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so it's important to note that another thing that they found was in some cases, people even in those industries, saw their job opportunities increase sometimes because there are new roles for people to oversee AI and make sure that it's not making mistakes. So now one of the things is we don't know how things are going to pan out in the future, but this does suggest that there may be new categories of work. And the economists behind this recommend that what we need to do is start to think about maybe better ways of having AI and humans work together. So they recommend, additionally to this report, the idea of having benchmarks that measure how well humans and AI can collaborate. And that may encourage companies to develop new types of jobs and exploit new opportunities. There may be whole new businesses that could emerge from that.
Yeah, that leads to my next question. So with all this research in mind, where should young students and workers actually direct their focus to prepare themselves for an AI future? I know that's a big question.
It's a big question. It's a difficult one. I wish I knew. I wish I could say this was the safe place to go, because I think a few years ago we all thought coding was going to be difficult to automate, and we're seeing more advanced things like math and science AI can tackle those. So I think the message I would say is to try and use these tools, to explore them and see how they can benefit you. I think one of the big questions we're going to face as a society is how to make sure we're still educating people so that they're really, really expert and can oversee and use these tools and maybe be more expert than them, even while they're using them. So I think you've got to embrace them. And I think that the message is overall, we just need to keep an eye on what's happening.
Definitely. Will Knight, thank you for your insight. Let's chat again soon. Appreciate it.
Some AI chip names weighing down the Nas today as the market digests Marvell, Dell, and NVIDIA's earnings results from earlier in the week. And the Gen AI story not just moving shares. We're learning more today about how the tech is reshaping the workforce of some of the biggest names in tech. Our Mackenzie Sagalos digs into why in today's Tech Check. Happy Friday, Mac.
Hey there, Carl. So researchers at Stanford are using ADP payroll data to track how AI is reshaping the workforce with a live dashboard showing those trends in real time. And right now, the hardest hit are workers under 25 and entry-level jobs most exposed to AI, fields like coding, customer service, and accounting. Now, the team told me that cutting these roles doesn't just hit young workers, it disrupts the entire employment chain. That same pressure is now showing up inside big tech. Our Jen Elias obtained leaked audio from an internal Alphabet meeting revealing that the company has quietly cut 35% of its small team managers over the past year. CEO Sundar Pichai was heard stressing the need to be more efficient as they scale to compete on nearly every front in the AI race. Now, cutting bureaucracy means faster decisions and quicker product cycles, what Yale's Tristan Botello, who studies organizational behavior, calls the great flattening, basically reducing those layers between top execs and builders. Now, that push is happening across the Mag 7. Meta's Mark Zuckerberg has spent the past 2 years stripping out managers while ramping AI hiring, and Microsoft has cut more than 15,000 workers this summer, partly targeting those middle ranks. Amazon CEO Andy Jassy is pursuing a similar shift, with Morgan Stanley estimating as many as 14,000 management roles could go, saving them $4 billion. And then here in Silicon Valley, I spoke to former Google HR chief Laszlo Bock, and he told me that hyperscalers are clearly cutting staff to fund their in-house chips and top AI talent. Remember, guys, those all-star-like comp packages can reportedly hit $1 billion per person.
I think that's incredible. Where's the pipeline of talent coming from?
On the AI talent side, I actually talked to Laszlo about exactly that. And he said that, 10 years ago when he was working under Eric Schmidt, they had already identified the 200 people. And this is a finite list of those capable of building LLMs and managing them. And then it became a strategy of how to recruit them, going to the same conferences and waiting till they have a bad day to swoop in and get them. But to your larger question about what's the pipeline for people to eventually lead the company, that's the big question here. Because if you're cutting those entry-level roles, and then with existing managers, you're kind of stretching out what they're capable of doing by augmenting their tasks with AI tools that make them more efficient. Perhaps with one manager, you can do the work of what was previously being done by 3. We're starting to see these bigger efficiencies come in present day, but there is a question of who are they going to hire in 5 years from now to lead these teams?
Yeah, the easy view is that it displaces entry level, but if you're going after the comp, you definitely want to sort of target higher levels of management where the dollar bills are larger. Incredible story, Mac. Have a good weekend.
Well, now for nearly 40 years, spreadsheet mastery has been a rite of passage in a multitude of entry-level jobs, from investment banking to private equity to consulting, and that may be about to change thanks to AI. I welcome this, Leslie.
Yeah, because you were a spreadsheet cruncher.
No, but I wasn't very good at it.
You were an Excel monkey?
I was.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did it for 5 years before I joined CNBC, and I always was way slower. Do you know what? Not just than my colleagues, than my late, great older brother. He was a machine on it, and it just always annoyed me.
So for some people, it literally clicks. When I started in business school, I literally bought a Excel for Dummies book, read it. Still, I'm terrible at Excel. But just within the last month, here's some good news. There's been a slew of AI product launches that aim to take on Excel or Google Sheets. One of them, called Shortcut.ai, went viral when its Excel agent was unveiled in late July. The technology can build a discounted cash flow model from scratch in minutes. The CEO, Nico Christie, told us that Shortcut is already serving thousands of paying customers at thousands of companies, mostly through individual lower-level employees.
The work that you do tends to be very time-consuming, and I wouldn't say menial, but repetitive. And what you would rather be doing is doing what the associates and managers do at these firms, which is mostly reviewing the work that takes more time to do. So now that we can have AI that can actually do 4 hours of work in 20 minutes, it's a no-brainer in terms of ROI and making the switch over.
Christie said that ROI unleashed a battlefield in the race for superhuman Excel agents. Shortcut's parent company, Fundamental Labs, has raked in more than $40 million in funding from Prosus Ventures, Andreessen Horowitz, and First Spark, to name a few. OpenAI just invested $14 million in something similar called Endex. General Catalyst just seeded another company called Paradigm, and Google and Microsoft have been quickly rolling out AI features to defend their spreadsheet turf. So far, none of the agents, though, are 100% perfect. They still require human oversight, especially in scenarios with legal or regulatory or compliance implications. But the technology is improving by the day, and it's expected to have broad ramifications for Wall Street talent, as well as bottom line efficiencies. And guys, this has all really just exploded in the last month.
It's super exciting and makes your life better and should make other people's lives better in certain ways. Those that actually have to do the job, it will make your life easier. But there's those who won't get the job because there won't be a job to do.
Right. And I asked Christie about that. I said, is this going to just completely supplant the entry-level workforce in all of these industries? I mean, we're not just talking about investment banking. We're talking about consulting. We're talking about private equity. We're talking about accounting. I mean, he said 2 billion Excel users that are proficient with it, that use it every day for their jobs.
But I have a bigger point, which is this kind of highlights a broader question of, does AI now just arbitrage away kind of all the potential different views on a stock or in the market? I mean, if AI builds the spreadsheet and the model from which then the whole of the sell side base their kind of forecasts, aren't we just kind of all going to converge on the same thing? I mean, maybe we already have that now because the biggest stocks are covered by so many people and you get the consensus forecast. But it's going to happen
but they're going to give you ranges, right?
Yeah. And I think
it's all going to be a range, and someone's going to have to decide, I'm picking the low end of this range, I'm picking the high end of this range.
But I'll step back from this. I still remember in my early days when you had to build your own model. That was like what you were told. And yet you could have just picked up any one of the 28 sell-side analyst models and used that initially. But what does it actually really come down to? I am going to put in a bigger input on AI sales of this company than most others because I believe in the big themes.
Right.
So again, it's so interesting, like the amount of time and energy that goes into all this, and really does it really make the difference, the underlying model versus getting those big themes right?
Well, I think, it all comes down to the prompts that you give the AI and tell it to look for certain assumptions and pull this 10K and compare it to this 10K. I mean, you still as a human, you have to instruct it to do what you want it to do.
AI is not, so I tell my kids this all the time, AI is not like a mind reader. The prompt actually does matter. If you have a view, you tell it the view. If you don't have a view, it will come up with its own view. I agree. If nobody has a view and you just are literally saying to the AI, what do you think? Yes, you will get to that point. If everyone has no agency over themselves whatsoever, we will all come to a median in the middle of some sort, some average. But hopefully you have some agency in your life and you're not just going to listen to whatever the AI gremlins have decided.
So I basically agree with that. I kind of put it a different way, though. I think the people who take more agency over the next 5 years and rely on AI less will do better. Because I think it's just going to speed up arbitraging away the consensus.
We'll take a random walk down AI Street, perhaps, and we'll find out the answer.
I also think in human development, and I think this is really relevant for kids, you develop your intelligence much more by reading and thinking yourself. And again, the people growing up that embrace AI less, I think, will just generally grow their intelligence more. So I think there's a counter trade here of embrace AI less, and you might go further.
Well, we'll find out.
I'll take the other side of that coin for now. But anyway.
Should we be doing like big smile or
No, what you're doing. That's creepy.
That's sort of what I'm Boris. I'm an engineer.
I'm Kat. I'm a product manager.
We love seeing what people build with Claude, especially with coding, and we want to make Claude better at coding for everyone. We built some tools, one of which we're sharing today. We're launching Claude Code as a research preview. Claude Code is an agentic coding tool that lets you work with Claude directly in your terminal. We're going to show you an example of it in action.
So we have a project here. It's a Next.js app. Let's open it up in an instance of Claude Code. Now that we've done this, Claude Code has access to all of the files in this repository. We don't know much about this code base. It looks like an app for chatting with a customer support agent. Let's get Claude to help explain this code base to us. Claude starts by reading the higher level files, and then it dives in deeper. Now it's going through all the components in the project. Cool. Here's its final analysis.
So say I was asked to replace this left sidebar with a chat history, and I'm also going to add a new chat button. I'm going to ask Claude to help me out here. We haven't specified any files or paths, and Claude's already finding the right files to update by itself. Claude can also show its thinking, and we can see how it's decided to tackle this problem. Claude's asking me if I want to accept these changes. I'll say yeah. Now Claude's updating the navbar, adding a button and icons as well. Next, it's updating the logic to ensure the saving state works correctly. After a bit, Claude completes the task. Here's a summary of what it's done. Let's take a look at the app. So we're seeing a new chat button and new chat history section on the left. Let's check if I can start a new chat while keeping the previous one saved. I'll try out the new chat button too. Great, it's all working.
Now let's ask Claude to add some tests to make sure that the features we just added work. Claude's asking for permission to run commands. We'll say yes. Claude is making some changes to run these tests. After getting the results, it continues with its plan until all tests pass. After a few minutes, it looks like we're good to go. Now I'm going to ask Claude to compile the app and see if we get any build errors. Let's see what it finds. Claude identified the build errors and is now fixing them. Then it tries to build again. It'll keep going until it works.
Now let's finish everything up by asking Claude to commit its changes and push them to GitHub. Claude creates a summary and a description of our changes. And it'll push the changes to GitHub. That's it. That's an example of what Claude Code can do. We can't wait for people to start building with it.
Joining us right now, though, at the table, this is not gray at all. An exclusive interview with OpenAI's CFO, Sarah Friar, at the table. It's nice to see you. We talked to Sam just about 2 weeks ago now when ChatGPT 5 launched. There was a little bit of consternation in the week since about sort of what is going on with the model, some shifts in the model. I will say that it seems like it's gotten a little bit better from some of the problems that first emerged right out of the gate. Have you been experiencing this?
So, I mean, I think with any launch, when you have 700 million weekly active users, you start to find people are very opinionated. They've come to love their ChatGPT. And frankly, as we've released things like memory, it's become more and more your ChatGPT. But as we've come out of the gate, we're seeing actually acceleration in Plus and Pro subscriptions. That's a good sign. People are seeing a lot of value. And we're seeing really nice momentum in the enterprise, great momentum with developers.
Well, that's where I was going to go. Coding and developers. Some people have tried to describe this as an Anthropic killer. And so I want to understand what you think has happened in the last week. I know Cursor's obviously taken this on and has made it its default.
Yes.
But what are you hearing and what kind of reaction are you getting from the coding community?
So developer outcome was actually great. I think our numbers were up something like 50% just week over week on the number of tokens and so on being used. What we see is tokens in particular for agentic behavior and so on almost doubled. Reasoning, which is what I get really excited about because that's a place where I think we've really extended our lead, was up 8x in terms of usage of the reasoning components of the model. So
okay, so tell me about this. Sam has a dinner, I believe out in San Francisco.
He does.
And he says at the dinner, though, this is the famous dinner in the last week, where he says that there could be an AI bubble that's taking place. Do you believe there's an AI bubble? And I say that in the context that there's apparently a secondary sale of some of your private stock that some of your employees may be trying to sell at a $500 billion valuation.
So first of all, I think what Sam said and what I fully agree with is we think AI is the biggest thing, the biggest era that we've seen to date, right? Those of us who've had the benefit of living through the internet era coming upon us, mobile era, AI is bigger than all of that. And I don't think any of that is slowing down. If you look at infrastructure builds and so on, which you all care about, those stocks. In terms of can there be moments where people invest in things that don't come to fruition? Absolutely. Happens in every era. And I think that's what Sam was saying, is that there will probably be investments made that are not the best of investments. But we still feel like the AI era is upon us and that we're leading the pack.
Let me ask you something, actually. As somebody who thinks about that, there's a lot of people who are trying to create startups, AI-related startups, and just other startups. And what kind of moat anybody is going to have around any kind of business in the future, given that arguably, if this works as well as it's supposed to, I should be able to build anybody else's company and break through tomorrow.
So I think a couple of things. When I talk to VCs in particular, I always ask this question because they're thinking about their portfolio. And so what I look for in an investment around AI right now is, number one, are you solving a real problem? It sounds really trite, but sometimes I think people try to solve problems that don't really exist in the world. Second, is there a true business process that's quite complicated? I think in a lot of cases, people are looking for the shiny, bright object, but there's a lot of just hardcore, like in my world, like finance, that now can be done agentically with really complex business processes. And then do you have access to data that is unique? I think the stat is something like, it's a good ChatGPT question, 90+% of the world's data sits behind closed doors. It sits in university settings and company settings and so on. And so can you access that in an appropriate way? That's what I think builds competitive moat. But I do think that we're moving into this world, I call it of abundance, where you're right. Like if I want planning software as a finance person, I don't need to go buy off the shelf anymore. I can build internally the best planning software for OpenAI. Now, we still work, though, with companies like Salesforce. For example, you asked about GPT-5. They were one of our real reference customers. They're using it for Agentforce. And so it's a good example where even the world of enterprise software, they're grabbing hold of this. And I think the leaders will lead by continuing to
let me ask you a data
it.
question, because people have also talked about if you have the data, that can be a super valuable component part. I had long thought that Google should be the winner of this whole ballgame because it has my email, it has my calendar going back almost 2 decades practically, right? I mean, it's unbelievable. And yet, one of the things that's happened even in the last couple months now is you, ChatGPT, and by the way, Anthropic and others, can effectively port in to that same data stream. Now, so there's 2 questions. One is, should Google be allowing anybody to port into that data stream? That's what the customers are demanding, so they think they need to do it. I don't know if you would do it. And B, if that's the case, it may very well be that this idea that data is the sort of gating factor. Data will always be the gating factor, but it may be that those who have the data are going to have to open it up to everybody.
Yeah, look, I think when customers say it's not Google's data and it's not, any software data, it's my data, right? This is what I've done with my employees, with my customers, and so on. So we've all built connectors in. It's actually been one of the reasons the enterprise business has been so strong. If you look at our business in the last 6 months, what's really outperformed, ChatGPT has been amazing on the consumer side, but what's really outperformed what I see is enterprise and API. And that's connectors happening. Because again, as people come to work, they expect to be able to do an enterprise search, and for it to be able to go look inside of my Slack and my email and my calendar and so on. So it's making it incredibly valuable. And then as we look forward, I think what you're starting to see is memory getting overlaid on top of that. It starts to really understand who I am, both as a professional or as an individual, and you connect that data to what I am and how I like to search. It's blowing open the search market. I think we've gone from something like 6% share overall to 12% in 6 months. And I think that underestimates, by the way, because when you are doing a conversational search in ChatGPT, you probably go back and forth 5, 6 times. That doesn't count as 5, 6 searches, which is what Google would count as. It counts as one. So I think we're really underestimating how much bigger search is becoming, but how much share we're taking.
Can I ask you a big sort of economic question? We were talking about the Fed and how the economy is going and everything else. And one of the things that's happening is whatever you think is happening with tariffs and everything else, the economy is absorbing a lot. In large part, I would argue, because of the AI boom, the amount of money that some of the big companies, Microsoft, Google, and others, and yourselves are spending on CapEx, and it trickles into the economy in so many ways, whether it's in construction or electricity or engineering or energy or real estate, all of it. This either gold rush, it's either a gold rush or a sugar rush. And how long you think that build out really lasts? Because it may take several hundred people to build a data center, but it only takes 5 or 10 to operate it.
I think we are so in the early inning. I think a lot of prognosticators want to call it like we're on the sugar rush. We're not. It's more like the railroads or the build out of electricity than anything I've seen. The internet, it turns out in hindsight, was actually a relatively CapEx light build out. And so I think we are just getting started. Now we have to do a lot to figure out how to make data centers more efficient, to think about new ways to power them. But in terms of AI, it is voracious right now for GPUs and for compute. The biggest thing we face is being constantly under compute. That's why we launched Stargate. That's why we're doing the bigger builds, as you see, with Microsoft, but with Oracle, CoreWeave, and so on. And we're just getting started.
This is a story about needs and wants. Sometimes what we need may not be what we want. We need more productivity from AI, but we don't want young college graduates going unemployed. And at least some of us may not want our local communities transformed by the building of all those data centers we need for AI.
Warrenton is a tiny town, 10,000 people. Picture Norman Rockwell picture Mayberry and Andy Griffith.
Cindy Burbank lives in Warrenton, Virginia. She took us to what would have been a data center.
Down this weeded pathway is the 42-acre site that Amazon purchased to build a data center on.
Without data centers to process, store, and distribute information, we don't have AI. With everything from internet search,
we are on an exponential curve, and a relatively steep one,
to drug discovery and approval.
It's going to propel the biological research, AI, in unprecedented ways.
To reap all the benefits AI has to offer, global data center capacity is expected to grow at a rate of 15% per year, and even that may not be enough to keep up with demand. Christine Wood is the data center practice lead at Burns & McDonnell and consults with companies building data centers.
Power is becoming the long pole in the tent to be able to find a data center site. And so it really starts with that, is the power puzzle that we're seeing associated with the data center sites.
But supplying all that power can cause disruption to the communities where data centers want to be located. Not everyone wants a data center for a neighbor.
We're situated about 45 miles to the west of Washington, D.C.
Carter Neville is a native of Warrenton, Virginia. He has been the mayor of the town since 2019.
We are heavily dependent upon our meals taxes, and our largest meals tax provider is Chick-fil-A. We are very fortunate to have, as residents, very low taxes in terms of real estate taxes. And so pretty much our largest employer is the school board, followed by the hospital and Walmart.
Warrenton's data center journey began in 2023 when the town council voted to consider an Amazon data center on a 42-acre site.
On the upside, it provide a significant amount of revenue, which we are desperately in need of. Our infrastructure is aging. We're behind the eight ball in a lot of our improvements needed to our water treatment and wastewater treatments, especially. We have parts going back that can't even be produced anymore. Parts dating back to the 1950s, and we're in desperate need of upgrading that facility for the safety of our community.
But even the economic benefit couldn't outweigh the town's concerns.
Our frustration was the fact that we were being kept in the dark. Then finally, a year and a half later, we learn about it because Dominion is proposing these massive transmission lines. And that is what was like throwing a match onto a powder keg. The citizens exploded. And at first against the transmission lines in Dominion, and then they learned it was tied to the data center. Then we learned from our neighboring jurisdictions what data centers were and the impacts they had. A lot of noise, huge energy generation, monster size to dominate your landscape, and bringing transmission lines and other problems. We did a Freedom of Information Act for the town records. How many people spoke up or wrote in support of the Amazon data center? How many opposed it? And the result was, I'll show you this number, 2,389 of our citizens, our residents, took the time to oppose the data center. They came to the town council meetings, they wrote emails to the town council and so forth. Only 11 people here wanted that data center to happen. And yet we were ignored because Amazon had cut a deal with our elected officials before we even knew about it.
As the opposition grew, it got very, very heated. It got very, very emotional. I think that there was a lot of information that was selectively put out to the community. And so by the time it came to a vote, it was a very divided community. And I'm grateful for the council members that had the courage to do what they believed was right.
Last month, Warrenton's City Council voted unanimously on a zoning change that effectively bans data centers altogether. Among the citizens' concerns is the amount of power a data center needs, which would eat up their own access.
I think the biggest concern, and the one that the industry itself really needs to address, is the energy usage. That is just huge. And that is something, as I've pointed out to many people, the data centers are coming. Whether one community says yes or no does not ultimately impact the demand on energy. The industry and the energy producers have got to figure that out. They've got to find a better way of providing that energy without hitting the ratepayers like you and me.
15 years ago, a 12 megawatt data center was a huge data center. Now with AI, what we're seeing on the development side is more than a gigawatt on the campus. And to put that in real terms for you, I'm sitting in Dallas. Dallas takes about 3 gigawatts to 5 gigawatts, depending on the time of year, to power the entire city.
One alternative to drawing the needed power from the grid is small modular nuclear reactors, but even they may not be enough to keep up.
When it comes to AI data centers, they are an order of magnitude more power hungry than the data centers we're used to since the internet age.
K.R. Sridhar is the founder and CEO of Bloom Energy, which just signed a deal to provide power to Oracle for its infrastructure data centers. In the United States, is there an overall approach to addressing that enormous demand for power?
Today, it is a scramble for that AI data centers. Collectively, they're investing more than $600 billion just this year. That's the publicly uttered commitments. That's mind-boggling, right? Almost $2 billion a day to feed this beast.
Sridhar's Bloom Energy was created to do just that, provide clean energy on site, eliminating the need for transmission lines and traditional power generators.
The world is completely digital dependent. Not having power, even for a millisecond, is not an option because critical life functions depend on it, like a surgery happening in a hospital, for example. So we said, power needs to be extremely reliable. You cannot get that redundant reliability at very high nines unless you have on-site power. if you're going to have on-site power, because you're going to be breathing that air when you're sitting in your office or when you're in your bedroom, by definition, it needs to be clean. And it needs to be very efficient, and it needs to be quiet. So this is the principle on which we founded Bloom Energy.
For the citizens of Warrenton, Virginia, finding that optimal solution of providing data center power in ways the community can tolerate has been elusive. But that has real fiscal consequences for the town.
We are so revenue strapped, but we're facing about $91 million of investment in our wastewater and water treatment plants. And so, that money is just going to have to come out of debt unless we find revenue streams. Our streets are cracked. We have things that are falling apart, and we're just kind of trying to keep the lights on.
Amazon declined to comment on the status of the Warrenton data center. For now, the fate of the project will have to be decided by the courts.
There's a March hearing date on that. There's a citizen group that challenged it in court. And so we're waiting to see what that decision is in March. And I believe that Amazon has probably moved on. But I do expect that, if they remain, if the courts favor the town and Amazon, that they will eventually build there. But as of now, I'm not sure where it stands.
The transformative power of AI means that we need to have it. And that means we need to have data centers, even with their enormous power demands. The question now is where they will go, and whether we can find ways to make them the good neighbors that people in towns like Warrenton, Virginia, will welcome.
Okay, hi. So, my name is Boxy, and it's been a while since I made a new video.
I first heard about YouTube when I was in high school.
Hey, it's Fred! I went to a party with Daniel, and he kissed me.
Just kind of wondering, what is that?
I have this really vague memory.
They have really long trunks.
I believe it might have been the first YouTube video ever.
It was, and featured trunk enthusiast and YouTube co-founder Javed Karim. And it ignited 20 years of liking, commenting, and subscribing. 20 million videos are uploaded to YouTube every day, and the site's estimated to account for about a fifth of all internet traffic. In the US, people spend more time watching YouTube on TV than Netflix, Amazon, or all of Disney's TV networks and streaming services combined. But the world's central repository of video content is now taking a risky gamble, while also facing its first real competition in years.
The biggest threat for YouTube is that someone could come along and do what they did 20 years ago.
And so, with novel threats knocking at its door, can a wealthy, grown-up YouTube still keep its kids engaged?
You're still here.
YouTube has a knack for survival. Should humanity accidentally deploy a planet-wide exit strategy, Earth may well just be old Nokia phones, Twinkies, and YouTube servers. And it has youngsters to thank for that.
The vast majority of teens consume YouTube content every single day. Most of the products that were popular when I was a teen are either extinct or they're for the boomer generation at this point.
Just imagine MySpace or MSN Messenger holding prime real estate on billions of our home screens.
The site was founded in 2005. Sharing video online was just beginning.
YouTube provided this really easy way for people to just seamlessly share these little moments that might have once been stuck in sort of home video land.
Within a year, YouTube was serving 30 million videos a day to 9 million people a month, with about 30,000 new clips being added every 24 hours.
Johnny!
Broadband internet, advances in video compression software, and tools like Adobe Flash combined to help YouTube become the internet's preferred way of broadcasting itself.
One of their major reasons for the success their first year was that people could embed it into MySpace, which at the time was incredibly popular.
Although that made hosting and serving up video files expensive.
One of the founders put up a pretty major bill on his personal credit card.
It had also caught the attention of some deep-pocketed businesses at a pivotal stage in their own evolution.
Google was very worried they would become obsolete if they did not have a social media component to their business.
So it snapped up YouTube for $1.6 billion, enough for the founders to pay off their credit cards, go back and look at some more elephants, and have change to spare. And change really is the operative word here.
This was the beginning of this sort of user-generated internet.
So what had Google actually bought? At the time, a big viral success story was Brie Avery, better known as the character Lonely Girl 15.
Hi guys.
It tapped into what YouTube did best.
I don't really know how my parents would react to this.
She was sort of talking to the audience as if they knew her.
And countless other young people achieved cult status doing the same, including Boxy, aka actress Catherine Wayne.
I was like, I'm not trolling. I am Boxy, you see?
The old tastemakers that had kind of determined what would be in vogue, that was starting to change, and YouTube really catalyzed that shift.
Not without some irony and costly legal crises, though, thanks to YouTube's belly full of copyrighted material from those old tastemakers.
And they interpreted it this way that, listen, if someone's going to ask us to take it down, we will, but until then, we're going to keep it up.
That soon came to a head.
It's the latest round of charges and countercharges in Viacom's billion-dollar copyright infringement lawsuit against YouTube.
Viacom ended up accusing YouTube and Google of knowingly putting up that copyright and making money from it.
After 7 years of back and forth, the companies eventually settled. Still, YouTube needed to convince the rest of the industry it was legit. What it did changed the direction of the platform for the next decade. And so began Act 2. Amid the Viacom ordeal and with a global music scandal still in recent memory, Google rolled out something called Content ID.
And that effectively is a piece of software that can detect when copyrighted material shows up in a video, and then it gives the owner the ability to either remove that video or make money from any ads that appear on that. And sort of overnight, that system basically let YouTube coexist with the record labels, with Hollywood studios, with TV networks. And we saw this major shift where they were willing to go to YouTube, in part because they saw a commercial pathway.
And a lucrative one. Over the last 5 years, YouTube ads consistently made up 10 to 11% of all Alphabet's revenue, which has roughly doubled in that time from $183 billion to $350 billion in 2024. That year, YouTube ad sales hit $36 billion, almost as much as Disney, Paramount, Fox, and NBC Universal combined. But back to our timeline. In 2010, YouTube introduced the next key feature that would lead to all that.
They built this format called the skippable ad, which seems kind of counterintuitive, but now we're all familiar with this, right?
Skippable ads incentivized marketing departments to create compelling promos that people wouldn't want to ignore.
Whether you own one donkey or dozens, we can help protect what matters most.
And then, this.
When I grow up, I'ma be a supermodel.
In 2012, YouTube made this seismic change in switching over to prioritize what it's called watch time.
This disincentivized clickbaity videos and encouraged users to upload stuff people actually wanted to watch.
Beauty vlogging, makeup tutorials became really popular, video game live streams.
And that's in part why podcasts are really popular on YouTube. People put it on in the background and just keep it on for hours and hours.
The total amount of time people spend watching short clips remains significant, but more time's now given to videos 20 minutes or longer than all the little ones put together. Come to think of it, we should probably have padded this video out a bit more. Have a cat on a keyboard. In its second decade of life, YouTube's enduring popularity with younger audiences brought about new obstacles.
One of the most infamous crises they had to deal with was New Year's Eve 2018. Logan Paul at the time was one of the biggest YouTubers in the world and had gone to shoot this series in Japan.
This forest is also known as the Japanese suicide forest.
I should have never posted the video. I am sorry.
YouTube toughened its content policies after this, but vetting the 20 million uploads it says users make each day is notoriously difficult.
There's been, in the mid-2010s, terrorism content on YouTube that people found was being advertised against, and that's just not something that any advertiser wants.
You saw a major boycott of advertisers at the start of 2017 around content moderation issues.
Most returned after content rules were tightened further, and non-compliant videos were removed more quickly. But YouTube now exists in a political era, at least in the US, where aggressive moderation is less popular.
Their trust and safety teams have been really hit hard by layoffs in recent years.
YouTube and Google are both trying to have a lighter touch, not really moderate so heavily.
They'll need to deal with those industry-wide responsibilities while maintaining the unique loyalty of YouTube's users and the 20 billion videos they've uploaded, and do so in the face of unprecedented competition. That will define how YouTube will do from here on out, in its third act.
YouTube has many existential threats: regulatory pressure, misinformation, antitrust issues,
and the new elephant in the room.
The massive repository of videos that YouTube has built up through the years has become this incredibly valuable asset to train AI models.
It doesn't allow other companies to scrape its data, but it kind of gives some wiggle room that Google itself could be doing the scraping for its own AI model.
And so it's a real moral dilemma. You know, in some extreme cases, people think of it as stealing.
And so now there's a real fear among some creators that they have unwittingly armed artificial intelligence to replace them.
Google DeepMind has developed a video generation AI model. And so you type in whatever thing you want to see in a video, and then the AI model will generate the actual content.
Or possibly just vast quantities of junk, so-called AI slop.
And, you know, as that takes over platforms like Google Search and YouTube, it is a challenge for the platforms to wade through more of this stuff.
Although the jury's out on whether this is bad for YouTube.
Fundamentally, it's an advertising company, and if there's more AI content on there, there could just be more advertising.
Talk to people inside the company. Their explanation here is that they are building these AI tools for creators that are going to be incredibly beneficial to them.
Things like translation and dubbing, which can help creators reach foreign audiences.
The words I'm saying right now could be instantaneously in Spanish, in Mandarin. 而且不仅如此，他们还会用我的声音说话，就好像我是一个以普通话为母语的人一样。
But for anyone unhappy with Google's AI strategy, there's now that real alternative we mentioned.
TikTok has become probably the fiercest competition that YouTube has faced in its lifetime. TikTok is not only very popular with the younger generation, it's also probably the first platform to come around and build up a successful creator industry.
YouTube still pulls the greatest number of teenage eyeballs, if you'll forgive the horrific mental image, but TikTok isn't far behind, prioritizing the short, snappy viral treats YouTube used to feast on.
YouTube really needs to remain the go-to place for young people. That is what has kept it at the center of the conversation for so long.
There's a former executive at YouTube that told me this. It was these three different stages that every company goes through: joke, threat, obvious. In YouTube's first years, it was kind of seen as a joke. It was dogs on skateboards. It was a ragtag team. It was not taken very seriously. Then its next evolution was becoming this threat, a threat to social media companies, a threat to television in Hollywood. Then it entered a third phase where it is obvious. It's just there. It is the sleeping giant of modern media.
But to keep it that way and defy the metaphorical warheads of politics, AI, and TikTok, YouTube needs the future Lonely Girl 15s and Boxies of the world to trust it. They formed the bedrock of the platform's success, and for the first time, they no longer need to stay subscribed.
I think that's about it. Bye.
We are in the Plex. This is the center of Google. Gosh, it's hard to remember life before Google. It changed literally everything. How we live, how we work, how we communicate, how we get literally anywhere on a googly colored bike. Google has been the front door of the internet for over 2 decades. And now there are so many doors. Google may not be the first place you go for answers anymore. So what are they going to do about it? Hello.
Emily, so good to meet you again.
Good to see you again. Thanks so much for having us here.
Likewise. I'm glad you chose a sunny day to come on campus.
Sundar Pichai is at a pivotal moment. He's the CEO of Google and its parent company Alphabet, rising to the top after proving his mettle as a talented product leader and peacemaker. He runs a tech giant that functions more like a micro-country, overseeing businesses as consequential as YouTube, DeepMind, Cloud, and of course, Search. Pichai has been carefully crafting a strategy that infuses AI into every corner of the business. That deliberate planning was met with a surprise from longtime rival Microsoft and OpenAI, whose chatbot seemingly knocked Google off its perch and challenged its cultural relevance. ChatGPT set off a code red at Google and an industry-wide fever pitch over AI not seen since the dot-com boom. But for Pichai, the frenzy is just part of the long game.
I saw it's your 20th anniversary.
That's right. It was last week. It crept up on me.
Are you coffee or tea?
I'll go for coffee. How about you?
I'm gonna have a green tea. Does it feel like you've been here for 20 years?
Not quite. Time flies by. I had my kids right when I started Google too, so the whole thing just flew by.
Google is famous for those out-of-the-box job interview questions. Do you remember any of yours? Like, did you have to figure out how many golf balls fit in a school bus or something like that?
Thank God, no. I remember very, very clearly. I interviewed on April 1st. So it was April Fool's Day, 2004. There was rumor, I didn't know whether it had actually happened, but Gmail apparently had launched. So all my interviews were about Gmail. People wanted to know what I thought of the product.
And it definitely wasn't a joke.
They actually launched it, yeah. But I never allow no products on April Fool's Day. I think it's too confusing.
You just had a blowout quarter. The stock jumped more than it has in a long time. Did that feel like a little bit of vindication, or as they say in cricket, was that the bat talking?
In many ways, we worked very hard to set up the company for that. In 2016, one of the first things I did as CEO was to say the company should be AI first. To me, we are just getting started in the beginning of what I think would be an extraordinary decade of innovation, and so I'm incredibly excited about it.
AI has been around for decades, but it seems like everything is happening everywhere all at once. How do you make sense of the frenzy and the scale?
All tech cycles are this way, right?
But this one feels different. It feels bigger, is it?
It is bigger. We still have long ways to go, but we are in the early stages of that. And so, you're going to feel that excitement, that frenzy, but I think we are prepared for it. So you kind of roll with the flow, you embrace it.
How are you and your kids experimenting with AI at home?
We use Google Lens for homework. I don't want to get him in trouble, but the class allows you to do that. But sometimes he asks me for help on math. I don't know, sometimes I'm lazy and I pretend as if I'm thinking, but I'm also using Google Lens to kind of figure out the answer.
You grew up in Chennai,
Yeah.
in India. What was it like at the kitchen table? Like, what got you here?
My parents always emphasized, learning and knowledge, and it's what, in some ways, Google with its mission, always resonated very deeply with me. I felt this quest for learning, knowledge, etc. is what the company is about too. I grew up in a middle-class family. I perceived our life through the arrival of gadgets. We waited 5 years for a telephone. It was a rotary phone. But when it came to our home, it changed everyone's lives. I remember getting our first television and suddenly being able to watch sports. I used to bike a long way to school, but there was no gear in the bike and I had to go uphill. But then after many years, I got a bike with gears and I'm like, wow, this thing what a dramatic difference. I never took technology for granted. And so that's what, always been optimistic about how technology can make a difference.
You've been CEO now for a decade. How have you changed in that time?
I think the main thing is when you've done it for a while, you get to understand patterns. So you're running into something, but there's a sense of deja vu. You've seen it before. And so I think that helps you kind of pattern match and deal with it more effectively. But a lot of this is, at this scale, you have so much coming at you. There's a lot of noise, and most of it doesn't matter. So the ability to separate the signal from the noise, pay attention to the few things that you need to pay attention to, and I think I've gotten better at that over the years.
I heard Sergey is back and working a bit on AI. What is the involvement of Larry and Sergey these days, and what advice are they giving you?
I talk to them regularly. Sergey is actually spending more time in the office. He's literally coding, and some of my fondest memories over the last year is sitting with Sergey on large screen looking at loss curves as we train these models. I think one of the advantages they have is they're not caught up in the day-to-day. And so sometimes when I have conversations with them, it allows all of us to step back and look at the bigger picture, which I think is incredibly important when you run something at this scale.
The decisions Pichai and Google make influence how billions of people get information. And the nature of how users do that is starting to change in the age of AI. This seems like a threat to Google, except the core technology being used by Google's competitors was invented by Google itself.
Google researchers invented the transformer, literally the T in GPT. Do you wish you capitalized on that louder and sooner?
We use transformers in search. That's what led to large gaps in search quality compared to other products. So we have infused transformers across our products. We have a chance to do that better with generative AI and with the Gemini series of models. And there's going to be more breakthroughs in this field. But what is more important is we are driving that progress.
And if the new Google is only going to be more and more AI, AI is super helpful sometimes, but sometimes it's still deeply wrong. Where do you draw the line?
I think part of what makes Google search differentiated is while there are times we give answers, it'll always link to a wide variety of sources. We've had answers in search now for many, many years. We are just now using generative AI to do that.
So the links will live on.
Yes, and I think it'll always be an important part of search. There will be times when they want quick answers. My son is celiac, so we did a quick question to see whether something is gluten-free. We just want to know. But often it leads to more things, and then you want to explore more. I think understanding that, meeting all that needs, is part of what makes search unique.
Some leading computer scientists have said search is getting worse, more SEO spam, etc. Do you see their point?
Anytime there's a transition, you get an explosion of new content, and AI is going to do that. So for us, we view this as the challenge, and I actually think there'll be people who will struggle to do that, right? So doing that well is what will define a high-quality product, and I think it's going to be the heart of what makes search successful.
You make a ton of money on ads next to the links generated by searches. If a chatbot is giving you answers and not links, and maybe more answers than links sometimes, are we in the midst of an assault on Google's business model?
So we've always found people want choices, including in commercial areas. And that's a fundamental need. And I think we've always been able to balance it. As we are rolling out AI overviews in search, we've been experimenting with ads, and the data we see shows that those fundamental principles will hold true during this phase as well.
The images that Gemini initially generated of Asian Nazis and Black founding fathers, you said that was unacceptable. If you look at any pictures of the founding fathers, you're seeing old white men. People are calling this woke AI, and it's not just happening here, it's happening across the industry. How did the model generate something that it never saw?
We are a company which serves products to users around the world. And there are generic questions. For example, people come and say, show me images of school teachers or doctors or nurses. We have people asking this query from Indonesia or the US. Right? How do you get it right for our global user base? Obviously, the mistake was that we over-applied, including cases where it should have never applied. So that was the bug, and so we got it wrong.
Would you say it's like good intentions gone awry?
In this particular case, yes, right. I think we are rightfully held to a high bar, and I think we clearly take responsibility for it, and we're going to get it right.
How concerned are you about AI-generated content ruining search? For example, the AI-generated selfie of the tank man in Tiananmen Square. It shows up in Google search results, but it never happened.
The challenge for everyone and the opportunity is how do you have a notion of what's objective and real in a world where there's going to be a lot of synthetic content. I think it's part of what will define search in the next decade ahead, right? People often come to Google right away to see whether something they saw somewhere else actually happened. It's a common pattern we see. We are making progress, but it's going to be an ongoing journey, right?
You've got AI systems that are running out of training data. You've got companies turning to AI-generated data to train their models. Aren't there risks to that?
Yes, I think that, through it all, are you creating new knowledge? Are these models developing reasoning capabilities, right? Are you making progress in the intelligence of these models? I think those are the frontiers. We need to prove that, you can do that by using these techniques.
Is LLM technology nearing a plateau?
I would be surprised if LLMs are the only thing we would need to make progress. We are investing a lot of computing and resources, our AI researchers' talent, in driving the next generation set of breakthroughs.
It seems when you look at the big picture, like Google missed the big moment and ChatGPT took it.
A new artificial intelligence program called ChatGPT made its debut online.
It's as revolutionary as the internet.
The topic of today's big take is also Microsoft and its big bet on AI and how it just kind of leapfrogged over Google and no one kind of knew about it until now.
If you could go back, what would you do differently?
To be clear, I take a long-term perspective and say, when the internet just first came about, Google didn't even exist then, right? So we were in the first company to do search. We were in the first company to do email. We were in the first company to build a browser. So I view this AI as, we are in the earliest possible stages.
Your leadership style has been described as slow and steady and cautious, sometimes maybe too cautious. And you're often compared to these other tech leaders who are moving fast and breaking things. How would you describe yourself?
Look, the reality, I think, is quite different. One of the first things I did when I became a CEO was to pivot the company sharply to focus on AI, as well as really invest more in YouTube and cloud to build them into big businesses. I think the larger the company is, you are making fewer consequential decisions, but they need to be clear, and you have to point the whole company to that. Part of that at times involves bringing the company along. You build consensus because that's what allows you to have maximum impact behind those decisions.
I mean, any leader in a position like yours has to be willing to hear the criticism, and I'm not going to make you read the mean tweets like they do on late night, but I do have a few. Where is Google running things through legal? Google doesn't have one single visionary leader, not a one. Do you think you're the right person to lead Google?
Look, it's a privilege to lead the company. People tend to focus and in this micro moment, but it is so small in the context of what's ahead. And when I look at the opportunities ahead across everything we do, and for the first time, all of that as a common leverage technology with AI, I'd put a lot of chips, at least from my perspective, on Google.
So can you walk through campus without getting stopped?
It's definitely been nice to walk and see people, so I enjoy it a lot.
I see a dinosaur statue in the distance, which I think is a good reminder. Like, how much do you worry about becoming a dinosaur in a world where technology is moving so quickly?
I mean, in technology, I think if you don't innovate to stay ahead, I think that's the inevitable fate of any company.
No dinosaurs.
No, well, they were great, but you don't want to have the same fate.
How much has this AI moment forced you to move and think differently? Because it does seem like you're playing defense sometimes.
We've been preparing for this for a while. A lot of the foundational breakthroughs in the field came from Google. So to me, this moment has been, over the past year, really channeling the company to meet the moment.
There they are, the I/O tents.
I/O tent. For one time a year, we get to pretend as if we are on a concert stage, except we are speaking about technology.
So Google I/O is sort of a state of the Google Union. What is the key message this year?
It's less about a particular product, more about the journey we are on, the vision we have for how AI can transform our products and how we can bring it.
Alphabet used to be thought of as this collection of moonshots, but a lot of those projects have been spun off or folded back into Google or shut down. How should we think about Alphabet today? What is the new Google?
When we think about both across Google and Alphabet, the underlying bet is the same. You're going to invest in deep technology and computer science and apply it to solve problems for people. So I think that part doesn't change. When you take big, large-scale bets, by definition, you're not aiming big enough if you don't have a few failures.
When you go back to the S1, Google said, we're not a conventional company. You can spend 20% of your time on personal projects. Google created this bottoms-up culture where everyone has a voice and it's super transparent and the perks are great too. But did it go too far? Like, did it become an entitlement culture?
Part of what makes Google unique is, I think, there is a culture of vibrant, open debate. And so I think it's super important to preserve that. I think we're also a company where employees have many ways to speak up, and I think that's made the company better.
Google, Google, you can't hide. Google, Google, you can't hide.
You recently fired Google employees who were protesting this contract with the Israeli government for cloud services. It seemed like a distinct change in tone for a company that's historically welcomed all kinds of views. Why did you take this stand?
I think when we have cases, including in this case, where a few employees, cross beyond what's in the code of conduct and disrupt the productivity of the workplace or do so in a way that it makes other people feel uncomfortable, I think we have to take action, and that's what we are doing. It has nothing to do with the topic they are discussing. It's about the conduct of how they went about it. Over the past years, through the pandemic, the company has grown a lot. There are a lot of new people. I view particularly in this moment with AI, the opportunity we have ahead of us is immense, but it needs a real focus on our mission.
There have been multiple rounds of layoffs. Why take this approach? Why not cut once and cut deep?
We are reallocating people to our highest priorities. There are cases where you're simplifying teams, you're moving people to focus on newer areas, removing layers so that you can improve velocity. So that's why we have taken the time to do it correctly and well.
Microsoft is obviously making huge investments in AI as well. OpenAI, Inflection, Mistral. We've reported that their OpenAI investment was actually in part because they were worried about Google and wanted to catch up. How do you feel about the competition?
I've always held a view if you're working in the technology space, there is a lot of competition. We see it all the time. The way you stay ahead is by innovating relentlessly. It has to be true all the time. It's happening at a faster pace, but technology changes tend to get faster over time. So it's not surprising to me at all.
Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella has had some fighting words.
I hope that with our innovation, they will definitely want to come out and show that they can dance, and I want people to know that we made them dance, and I think that'll be a great day.
Who's really choosing the dance music?
I think one of the ways you can do the wrong thing is by listening to noise out there and playing to someone else's dance music. I've always been very clear. I think we have a clear sense of what we need to do.
So you're listening to your own music.
That's exactly right.
Google is facing a ton of regulatory pressure in the US, abroad, over your dominance in search, video, ads, the App Store. Some other big companies have split themselves up to focus on their core. Has Google thought about that?
A lot of our products integrate in a way that provides value for our users, so I think that is important. Part of what allows us to compete in the Google Cloud market is the investment in AI we undertook because of search is what allows us to take that and compete hard against other larger companies like Amazon and Microsoft in cloud. So I would argue that the way we are approaching it drives innovation, adds choice in the market.
What do you think is the future or potential of AI-powered hardware, and what will Google's role in it be?
I think with AI, you get a chance to rethink that experience over the next few years. I still see the center of where the AI innovation will happen in smartphones, followed by glasses, right? That's how I see it.
Last time we talked, you told me China will be at the forefront of AI. How should policymakers factor that in to their decisions?
I think over time, we need to develop frameworks by which we achieve global cooperation to achieve AI safety. I know it sounds far-fetched now, but we've done it in other areas like nuclear technology and so on, to some extent. I think we're going to need frameworks like that. And so I would expect over time there needs to be engagement with China on important issues like AI safety.
Artificial general intelligence. What does it mean to you? Do we get there, and when?
It's not a well-defined phrase. It means different things to different people. But I think if you define AGI as AI becoming capable across a wide variety of economic activity and being able to do it well, I think that's one way to look at it.
So Google's going to get us to AGI?
We are committed to making foundational progress towards AGI in a bold and responsible way. And so, I will focus on the effort to do that and do that well.
You've said there's even some things about AI that you don't understand. Will AI always be somewhat in a black box?
I have a little bit of a counterintuitive view there. I think, humans are very mysterious too. Often when people explain why they did things, they're telling something, it's not entirely clear. Today, we can't make sense of many complex systems. AI will give us more insights and more visibility into many complex things.
When I asked OpenAI CEO Sam Altman why we should trust him, he said,
you shouldn't.
Why should we trust Google?
Well, I share the notion that you shouldn't blindly, that's why it's important to have systems in place. Regulation has a part to play. It has to balance innovation. But as these AI systems get more capable, it shouldn't just be based on a system of trust people or trust companies.
We've talked a lot about the opportunities. What is the biggest threat to Google's future?
I view for all companies, particularly at scale, the biggest threat is not executing well.
Is there a healthy dose of paranoia, like not becoming Stan the T-Rex out there?
I think that, there's a part of me which is always internalized. I think the old Andy Grove phase, only the paranoid survive. That is important, and I think this moment is no different.
Are we going to look back on this LLM era and laugh? Like, is this going to all look so basic and rudimentary?
I hope we do, because that shows, my kids aren't impressed by touch screens or the fact that they have this extraordinary amount of computing in their hands. So similarly, there's no reason we won't scale up our computing 100,000 times in a few years. So yes, I hope some of this looks like a toy in the future. I hope it is that way. Otherwise, we didn't do our job well.
Thank you so much. That was so awesome.
She's more difficult than AI to deal with, right?
Oh, man. Oh.
Fox Business Alert now to the story of the day. NVIDIA. Wall Street started the session kind of with a chip on its shoulder, sending shares of the AI chip king as low as $176. But right now, the stock is creeping its way back, and a few minutes ago actually came within striking distance of turning positive. Right now, it's down about 0.75% to $180. This after the company posted a beat on both the top and bottom line, missed slightly on key data center revenue. That number came in at $41.1 billion, just short of the $41.3 billion estimate. But that is still a staggering year-over-year surge of 56%. Overall revenue in Q2 came in at a record $46.7 billion. That is also up 56% from a year ago. Q3 revenue guidance coming in at $54 billion. Keep in mind that outlook includes zero sales to China of NVIDIA's H20 chips. NVIDIA's founder and CEO Jensen Huang is kind of in the hot seat, balancing the needs of shareholders with the desire of the Trump administration to control chip exports to China and make money off NVIDIA's sales. The leader of America's first $4 trillion company is ready to talk about it. Jensen, thanks so much for joining us.
Hi, Liz. Great to see you.
Good to see you, too. Listen, at $46.7 billion, you broke your sales record, and you expect to do it again, right, in the third quarter? Your sales guidance, $54 billion, is above Wall Street estimates. I need to know right off the bat, what customer demand are you seeing right now that gives you that confidence?
We are at the beginning of the AI revolution. And the last year, extraordinary progress was made in AI. AI can now reason, basically think, do research, use tools, solve problems. That's the reason why ChatGPT has become so good. Because, you ask it a question, and it goes off and thinks about it, does research, does things for you. It's incredible. And so we're seeing AI going into every industry, from, of course, the clouds, the enterprises, industrial with robotics and automation, and, of course, self-driving cars. Just everywhere we're seeing AI adoption really, really growing fast. Now, at the core of our business, we launched the second generation of the revolutionary Blackwell architecture. It's the first of its kind type of AI supercomputer. This is the second generation of Blackwell. We call Blackwell Ultra. The code name is GB300. Everybody calls it that. And we ramped $10 billion worth of GB300 in the first quarter. And next quarter, we're going to ramp really, really hard. So we've got a lot of build out to go.
Yeah, it sounds like the fire is really hot. I mean, your second quarter earnings, though, did show, and everybody's talking about this, so we got to bring it up, zero H20 chip sales to China. Even though earlier this month, President Trump reversed that ban on those sales in exchange for a 15% cut of your China revenues. And then the forecast for this quarter assumes, again, zero H20 chip sales to China. Are you guys just being conservative, or have you seen orders from China come to a halt?
We haven't seen orders yet, but we're hoping for orders. H20 is really a fantastic product still. The price performance, its cost efficiency, and its ability to generate AI tokens is really terrific. So I fully expect, and I hope for, POs for H20. America, being able to have the world build AI and build software on the American tech stack helps America win. And President Trump understands this. And I'm very grateful that he approved the licenses of NVIDIA H20s for Chinese customers that are not on the entities list. And so I'm hoping we're now free to be able to sell to them. When the orders come in, we have some H20s built for this coming quarter if the orders come in. And so whatever comes in as a bonus on top of our guidance. And our guidance, as you know, is already quite significant.
And when those chip orders do eventually come in, quite frankly, I'm surprised you say that you haven't gotten any orders yet. But when they do come in, what kind of numbers, what kind of revenue do you foresee for that?
The AI market in China is probably about $50 billion to us. Several quarters ago, we were running umpteen billion per quarter. And then when H20 was banned, it went to zero. And so my hope is that we'll be able to go back and address a significant part of that $50 billion. And it's growing, just like the United States is growing. And the rest of the world is growing in AI. So the China market is definitely growing really fast, and I'm looking forward to it.
Well, you've made it clear you're eager to sell not just the H20, but even the Blackwell, your most powerful chip, to China. Have you had that conversation yet with the Trump administration?
I've started to have the conversation with them. I think that the conversation will take a while, but President Trump understands that having the world build AI on American tech stack helps America win the AI race. And he wants American technology all over the world so that the whole world is built on the American standard, like the US dollar is, the global standard. And so I'm very optimistic about it. I don't know the time frame for it, and we'll continue the discussion with him.
Let's say he says okay, but demands the same as he's demanded for the H20, and that's a cut of those revenues. I mean, has this precedent been set and you'll be forced to say yes?
I don't know that it's forced to say yes, but ultimately, it's in the best interest of the world, of our country, for us to be able to sell in China, have China's AI companies and AI researchers build AI on top of the American tech stack. And so whatever it takes to get it approved for us to be able to sell in China is fine with us. And we just want to make sure that the American tech stack is the world's global tech stack.
I get the motivation, and it may be fine with you, but is it fine with shareholders? I mean, you've got shareholders. What if they start asking, say, for example, whether it's the White House or NVIDIA who gets to decide how much of the profits you make stay with the company?
These things have a way of working itself out, like pricing, as with all things. Ultimately, the more we sell, the better it is for America, and President Trump understands that. And so I'm delighted that we have H20 licenses approved, recognizing at all times that China has more and more alternatives. Their local companies are very competitive. This is a country with extraordinary skills and extraordinary capabilities, and manufacturing, as you know, is their home court advantage. And so we do not ever underestimate them. And so the sooner we get back in there and compete for a share of that marketplace, the better.
Listen, overall, you've got the kind of problem other companies are going to have, and that is demand far outweighing supply. Are you still there? I mean, we're hearing that for every one Blackwell chip, there are 10 different orders for them. Is that about right? And where are you in the supply balancing out with demand scenario?
Well, we did $46 billion, as you mentioned earlier today. And over the course of the next 5 years in this decade, I estimate probably about $3 to $4 trillion of AI factory infrastructure will be built out. Out of a gigawatt data center, for example, a gigawatt data center is like $50 billion all in. Out of that, about 30 to 35 billion of it is computing and networking and all the type of computing gear that NVIDIA provides. And so NVIDIA's opportunity within that $3 to $4 trillion within this decade is quite significant. So we're in the beginning of this build out, and so we have many years of growth ahead of us.
And it looks like it. I get that, but OpenAI, Sam Altman, you've partnered with him in the past, and you're doing so, I believe, with Stargate. But he mused recently that there is a bubble, and that basically would suggest that spending on AI cannot continue at this torrid pace. Do you see a bubble? Are you with him on that?
I see a very different picture. In fact, OpenAI is doing incredibly well. They just had their first billion-dollar month. This is a company that was in generating revenues not so long ago, just about 18 months ago. And so it's extraordinary growth. In fact, if you take all of the AI natives companies, and there are so many of them that are doing well, Perplexity, Cursor, Abridged, so many. I mean, the list goes on. Of course, Google Gemini is doing incredibly well. Elon's Grok is doing incredibly well. And so there are so many different companies that are doing great in AI. This year, we estimate about $20 billion of AI native AI revenues. from $2 billion last year, a 10-fold increase in 1 year. And don't forget, AI has only been generating revenues for about 2 years. So in only 2 years' time, it's now $20 billion. You know, and that's just one. We see AI in enterprise as a result of open source models. We see AI in science with digital biology. We see AI in robotics and industrial manufacturing.
Runway, yeah.
There's so many new factories are being built all around the world. So we're seeing AI everywhere.
Jensen, NVIDIA just unveiled, you know, this is the sort of the futurist part of it, the Jetson Thor chip. This is the so-called robot brain that will enable people to train robots to develop them with so much more compute power. And eventually, I mean, we want to know how you see robots eventually, I guess, making decisions without human prompts, and where does this eventually take us? I'm asking you to put that futurist hat on.
Everything that moves will be robotic. Every car, every tractor, you know, every excavator, you know, of course, there's going to be robotic manipulators in factories, robotic movers for moving inventory around. There will be robotic humanoid robots that are very general purpose. We're going to see robotic systems of all different kinds. They're going to be in hospitals doing robotic surgery. They're going to be in factories building things. They're going to be in farms doing agriculture. I mean, it's just incredible, the number of robotic systems. Every single robotic company or industrial company will have two factories. There's the factory that builds the machines, and then there'll be a factory that does the AI, that processes the AI factory, to create the brain that runs in the robot. And so NVIDIA covers the entire spectrum of computing for AI, everything from the cloud to enterprise on-prem to robotic systems. And so it's going to be a really exciting future. And we're going to have all kinds of machinery to help us do things.
And that would mean that it's helping people have more free time. I mean, you talk about productivity gains. So that really becomes the big question. How do you envision our world changing? Do we start to see every country go to a 4-day work week because productivity gains from AI have been so meaningful? I mean, do you see the chatbots become people's friends so dating apps go away? In your mind, what are those future prospects?
I have to admit that I'm afraid to say that we are going to be busier in the future than now. And the reason for that is because a lot of different things that take a long time to do are now faster to do. And I'm always waiting for work to get done because I've got more ideas. Most countries and most companies have more ideas than we know what to pursue. And so the more productive we are, the more opportunity we get to go pursue new ideas. I fully expect GDP to grow. I expect productivity to increase. I actually expect us to have more things to do. It is probably the case, and Liz, I'm hopeful for that day too, so that we have 4-day work weeks, and so that we could, spend more time on the weekends with family and get some reading done and do some traveling, and nothing is better than that. We came from a world of 7-day work weeks, and now we're in 5-day work weeks. And every industrial revolution leads to some change in social behavior. But I expect the economy to be doing very well because of AI and automation, and I expect, us to enrich our lives. Life quality will get better, of course, over time. Some jobs will go away. Many jobs will be new and invented. But one thing for sure, every job will be changed as a result of AI.
Jensen, it's a fascinating time, and people should take note of NVIDIA's position in all of this, but also where we go in the future. Thank you so much for joining us.
Liz, it's great to see you. Thank you.
Alphabet, Amazon, Meta, and Microsoft are all slashing middle management, part of a broader shift in how tech operates in the AI era. Mackenzie Sigalos joins us now with more. Mackenzie, this is so interesting just in terms of organizational structure for these tech companies and kind of what makes them more nimble in this AI race.
Hey, good morning, Leslie. So building on your reporting on this exact topic earlier in the week, I spoke to the team at Stanford that's tracking real-time payroll data from ADP, and they found that the jobs most exposed to AI, like coding and accounting, have seen a 13% drop in employment for workers under 25. And losing that bottom rung, they say, is a warning sign of disruption that's moving up the ladder. And we're already seeing that show up in big tech. CNBC's Jen Elias learned that Alphabet cut 35% of its small team managers in the past year, a shift that's echoed at Amazon, Meta, and Microsoft. Mark Zuckerberg has long pushed to cut bloat, and at Amazon, Andy Jassy said the corporate workforce will shrink as generative AI tools take hold. He also told employees there were too many pre-meetings for the pre-meetings and ordered a 15% boost in the ratio of individual contributors to managers. A Yale professor studying the corporate organizational behavior calls it the great flattening, where the goal is fewer layers between top execs and the people actually building product. Google's former HR chief under Eric Schmidt tells me that hyperscalers are likely cutting staff to fund chips and they're very pricey AI engineers. But he also warns that gutting entry-level roles now will leave a hollowed-out pipeline and a shortage of managers later. Leslie?
Mackenzie, it's all really fascinating. There's a great book that I read earlier this year called The Geek Way by Andrew McAfee, and they talk about these principles that some of the most successful tech companies have employed in order to be successful in terms of their organizational structure, one of which is ownership and kind of giving employees more control over their daily lives, cutting out some of the middle management. And I just wonder, as we think about some of these companies and how they're shifting the way they think, they've gotten really big and successful because they've employed some of these principles. Do you feel like those are now changing as a result of the technology and just the ultimate pressure and CapEx spending and everything that's happening? It needs to be even more flat and nimble than kind of the structure that's gotten them the success so far.
So with Alphabet, it's almost been this boomerang effect where under Eric Schmidt, he introduced something called the Rule of Seven, where you couldn't be a manager unless you managed at least 7 people. And that was designed with a view to basically spread them out so they didn't become bureaucrats, spread them a little bit thin. So they aggressively strayed from that. And we're seeing that show up with the kind of cuts that they're making in the past year. But to your larger question, is it a shift in technology that's behind this rethinking of the org chart? And it really is a combination of factors. I mean, this began in 2023 during Mark Zuckerberg's year of really returning to efficiency, something that Wall Street has rewarded the stock for after a punishing stretch. And that was about expediting the decision-making process, really looking to compress that layer that separates the top executives who are making decisions from people who are actually building the tech. And now the people that they're hiring, spending hundreds of millions of dollars on these advanced AI engineers, they want to, to really connect them with those who are in a position to expedite product decisions in this expedited race. And so some of the decisions at Amazon, for example, looking to compress that ratio of managers to individual contributors, Morgan Stanley says that could lead to 14,000 cuts in management roles under Andy Jassy.
Yeah, I feel like one day it's going to flip and it's going to be the managers overseeing like 7 AI agents or AI bots, and there will be no just kind of player employees.
Back to School Week continues here on CBS Mornings, and a tricky subject today, the rise of artificial intelligence in classrooms. Advocates say it's going to be a helpful tool for kids and for teachers alike. Others say it discourages kids from thinking on their own, critically, that is. Nancy Chen spoke to teachers and a tech executive about what's next, including a new partnership that could launch a fresh chapter in education.
I put 2 books in there, and it puts it into a podcast. And it's literally 13 minutes of information about the Boston Tea Party.
Jerome Ong uses AI tools every week in his 5th grade Ridgewood, New Jersey classroom.
You have to find what works for your students.
Has it changed the way you approach teaching?
Absolutely. They're reading a book and ultimately listening to it at the same time. So when I play the audio.
Have you ever heard of a party where, like, the main event was chucking something super valuable right into the water?
Ong says he teaches what AI is and where it falls short.
Like, if you keep at it and say, no, you're wrong, eventually AI will say, I'm sorry, I was wrong. And doing that with your class can show you that AI isn't really as smart as you think it is.
It almost sounds like you're teaching AI literacy in all of this, too.
Right.
Artificial intelligence is top of mind in most fields, and many educators have been teaching themselves how to use it. But this summer, Microsoft, OpenAI, and Anthropic announced a first-of-its-kind plan to train hundreds of thousands of members of the American Federation of Teachers, or AFT, the nation's second-largest teachers union.
What really drew you to this partnership?
I think if we're going to make AI work for students, for kids, we need to listen to teachers.
Microsoft President Brad Smith.
It can, I think, change the way teachers work in ways that empower teachers, gives them more information, makes it easier in terms of preparing for classes, thinking about how to put together lesson plans.
In one recent survey, teachers reported saving an average of nearly 6 hours a week with AI. But critics cite cheating concerns and Microsoft's own research, which showed a self-reported decline in critical thinking skills when AI was not used responsibly.
We have a huge opportunity to learn from the last 15 years in, say, social media. None of us appreciated what could go wrong. Let's go into an AI era with our eyes wide open.
This is a way to get profits.
Former high school teacher and AFT member Lois Weiner says teachers would be better served by more support within schools than by an alliance with Silicon Valley.
There is so much drudgery in the job. But the answer to that is to improve the conditions of teachers' work.
Does this do that?
Absolutely not.
How would you respond to those who say that education should be left to the teachers and not to tech companies?
I think education must be left to teachers. Those of us in the tech sector need to provide the tools and empower the school boards and districts and teachers so they decide how to put those tools in practice.
Ong says if AI is already here,
let's try to figure this out to help our kids continue to learn and grow.
This $23 million investment will go toward virtual and in-person trainings right here in New York City. The union's president said the connection between a teacher and their kids can never be replaced by new technologies, but if we learn how to set common sense guardrails, teaching and learning can be enhanced. It is remarkable how far we've come since ChatGPT launched back in late 2022, and now you have surveys showing as many as nearly 85% of teachers are using AI in some form in their classrooms.
I like the common sense guardrails.
Yeah, and teaching is hard, and if it can save them time, I'm all for it. I just hope the kids can, still learn to think.
Yeah,
Nancy,
absolutely.
thank you very much. Appreciate it. We've all seen what artificial intelligence can do on our screens, our itty-bitty screens, generating art, carrying out conversations, helping you write things. It won't be long, though, before we can see what AI does around in the physical 3D world. Gartner Research believes, in fact, by 2030, 80% of us will be engaging in some way with an autonomous AI-powered robot every single day. Yeah. We met an MIT professor who's leading the way in developing these machines and to find out what's actually possible right now and is it safe?
Good morning.
If you want to be amazed.
Can you see my face?
Or maybe a little alarmed.
Yes, I can see your face.
Consider the brave new world of robots. Some are almost reassuringly human, while others a little freaky. But guess what?
The robots that we have today are primarily demonstrations.
Daniela Roos leads MIT's famed Computer Science and Artificial Intelligence Lab. She explained how, for all the hype out there, researchers are actually still figuring out the artificial brains these machines need to navigate our physical world.
It's not so hard to get the robot to do a task once, but to get that robot to do the task repeatedly in human-centered environments where things change around the robot all the time, that is very hard.
So despite how easy science fiction has made it all seem, the science reality of Rosie the robot
Bring my slippers, please. Atta girl.
Is still a lot more like Ruby here.
Ruby, can you make some lemonade, please?
A humanoid robot bought off the shelf and then painstakingly trained to complete what only looks like...
Not bad. Not bad at all. Look at that.
A simple task.
Whoa.
We collect data from how humans do the tasks. We are then able to teach machines how to do those tasks in a human-like fashion.
Great.
So Ruby, let's pour a glass of lemonade for Tony. It's a bit messy.
Not bad, not bad.
While our human brains come preloaded with all sorts of talents for the physical world, Roos's students have to teach the AI even the simplest of moves, wearing sensors like these.
So you can tell like how tense they're holding something or how stiff their arms are, and you can get a sense of the forces involved in these physical tasks that we're trying to learn.
So this is where delicate versus strong gets learned.
So this robot, Ruby, learned to scoop from you wearing that.
Exactly.
Elsewhere in the lab, Roos explained how today's existing robots are often way more limited than you might think.
The robots we have in industrial settings essentially do the same thing over and over and over again. We are interested in having robots do more for us.
This robot arm, for example, has grips that in the future may be used for household chores or in medical settings. But even when AI is helping design and build it, the finished product might give you a newfound respect for the human hand.
And so here you see the gripping operation.
And then
you need to have another degree of freedom that can push the syringe down.
This is like the thumb.
That's the thumb, exactly.
Okay.
The future, though, is always on the way.
So I like to think about AI and robots as giving people superpowers. So with AI, we get cognitive superpowers. So think about getting speed, knowledge, insight, creativity, foresight. On the physical side, we can use machines to extend our reach, to refine our precision, to amplify our strength.
And you should rest assured, Roos tells us, there's a simple idea for handling the risks.
When we talk about robots in the home, people immediately think of the Terminator, the robot turning on humanity. I imagine myself 20 years from now trying to fall asleep in a house with multiple autonomous robots, and I don't know if I sleep as peacefully as I do right now.
All the machines we build have the red button. So if you're not happy with your machine, you just push the red button and that stops the machine.
Okay.
AI and robots are tools. They are tools created by the people for the people. And like any other tools, they're not inherently good or bad. They are what we choose to do with them. And I believe we can choose to do extraordinary things.
I love that. I love Daniela Roos. She's really building the future there, and she's doing it in a responsible way. That CSAIL lab at MIT is very impressive. And you don't like the red button?
She makes it sound like the red button is easy. All you do is push a button. Haven't you pushed a red button and it didn't do what you wanted it to do? Yes, I have.
If MIT's building...
Sometimes you hit leaving meeting, and that doesn't work.
That's true. That's
Your
true.
face is still sitting
Good
up
point,
there.
Gail.
I'm going, I'm trying to say body.
Listen, iRobot and movies like iRobot and Ex Machina, they scared the daylights out of me. But this piece showed me that we are not that close to those types of robots.
We really aren't.
Which gives me a peace of mind.
The physical world is complicated for robots.
There we go. All right, good stuff, Tony.
Now we move on to the first of our panel discussions. And we're going to have a day where we're going to think about many different aspects of learning and education and focus very heavily on science and technology. But we thought we ought to begin in the broadest possible sense by asking, what is education for? What is the purpose of education? And to investigate that, I'm delighted to welcome 4 panelists. An-Young Choi, who's a chemistry teacher from the Korean Science Academy. Lynn Goodwin, who's Professor of Education at Boston College. Kostya Novoselov, 2010 Nobel Laureate in Physics. And Jul Razak, who's the rector of the International Islamic University in Malaysia. So, please, welcome them. You're here. There's a seating... I think we do... Oh, that you've disrupted the seating plan. They had you alphabetical. I think it probably matters for the microphones. Lynn, you should be here, I think.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Jewel, and Kostya there. I think for some reason, technically it works. During this session, I'm also going to ask the audience to participate with some questions and comments. So please be ready to raise your hand when I point. Before this meeting, we asked the audience if they would send us some videos of what they think the purpose of education is. And it's pretty scary to hold your phone and record a video. And so I'm incredibly grateful to those brave souls who gave it a go. And we'd like to play just a very short video showing some of their responses.
I think education is one of our most basic human instincts. Just like eating and sleeping, humans naturally have a thirst of.
Education is not just about growing intellectually, but also to help us become a better person.
The discovery of one's talent and weaknesses, and how to overcome those specific challenges.
I personally think that education is meant for the advancement of our society.
Education is a means to address inequality. That's because resources are limited, so you have to use them smartly. So scientists study better ways and educate people with each.
Thank you very much indeed. It's interesting that those comments are very broad brush as well, that people seem to have risen above the task of passing exams and thinking about education in a much broader way. Lynn, let's start with you. What do you think the purpose of education is, and how would you follow on from Liz Cho's talk?
So I'm really happy, actually, to follow from Liz Cho's really inspiring and excellent talk, because her focus is on a purpose in education that I think we have strayed far from, with our attention being diverted to human capital and to economies, and how to make sure that children develop the skills that they need in order to fuel, to drive economics. Education is supposed to be the great equalizer. And I'm here to in some ways, agree with Liz Cho to say that in many ways, education has become the great de-equalizer or dis-equalizer. That is, become a tool for separating and marginalizing and sorting and ranking children into those who deserve a good education and those who don't. So if I think about Liz Cho's talk, and if I look at these short videos, what has the focus been? On being a good human being, on being able to develop your capacities, on learning, not necessarily achieving.
Thank you very much indeed. Jewel, would you like to follow on from that?
Well, thank you very much. This is a very exciting time to talk about education. But I thought education is about you, just like what the speakers have been saying. It's about you and how do you know yourself. You go back to the days of the Greeks, education is always framed as know thyself. Unless you know who you are, in other words, unless you educate yourself in that sense, you will not be able to function in the society at large. So to me, education is about how to repurpose education. We've got talks like, what is the heart of education? Some people say heart of education is education of the heart. In fact, Plato was said that if you educate without the heart, then it doesn't mean that education at all. So I think we need to go back to the very basics of us being human being. So all the things that have been talked about, being kind, being caring, and all the spiritual things that we talked about are the fundamentals of education. We need to start from that. I would rather believe that I'm a spiritual native rather than a digital native. I know who I am, and then I can then deal with whatever else that I need to deal with from my point of view. And that is what connects us, all of us. We are all human beings. Korean, Malaysian, wherever we come from, we are all humans, and that is the glue that connects us. And if you lose that glue, then you begin to think of yourself in segmentation way, and this is where the problem of education is all about. And I'm very glad to see that everybody said, now, let's not just talk about STEM, let's talk about STEAM, for example. Where's arts, where's management, where's ethics? We cannot deal with science without all these things. So bring this back together, Adam, is what I think education is all about. It's not new, but we need to go back and repurpose education for what it is meant to be. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, let's have everyone's comments on this first. Kostya, do you want to jump in?
Yeah, I've been thinking for quite a while about this section. How can I, in 1 minute, summarize what is the purpose of education? And I think planting the seeds of the critical thinking into our brain is probably the simplest way to describe it, because we are born with very animalistic instincts in our brain. So it works in quite a few circumstances, but there are cases when we really need to demonstrate that we are human beings, and this rational thinking and critical thinking is really what distinguishes us from any other species. But that has to be brought into you. So you have to be educated to have this rationale in your brain. And I think that's the major purpose. And of course, as any neural network or machine learning, you still need data to predict the next step, and that's what is also required. I would generally avoid mixing knowledge and education together, but actually some knowledge are also important to provide this critical thinking apparatus into your brain. And the last one, I think, curiosity. So just bringing curiosity into yourself. So there was this beautiful video that where as human beings we're fundamentally curious. That's true, but actually I think it's encouraging further curiosity is a purpose of education as well.
Thank you very much indeed. So very nicely, the three of you have introduced the heart and society and the mind into this discussion. All of these need to be taken into account when talking about this. Young, you are a chemistry teacher dealing with a very highly selected group of students. So much like the students who are with us in the room today, a very talented, successful bunch of students. How do you approach it, and how do the comments that have been made so far relate to how you approach your students?
Yeah, all right. It's creativity, passion. They are commented about creativity, right? Passion, challenge. Since the head of Shinseung also commented challenge, importance, right? So, all right. And today I want to give importance on the resilience and confidence. Yeah, it's also.
Resilience and confidence.
Resilience and confidence. I'm chemistry teacher, right? So look at the chemistry word. Chemistry word can be divided by 3 words, right? Chem is try. Try is very important, right? Important challenge, right? So we have to try. Students have to try and fail. Through those experiences, they can overcome, right? They can overcome, they can develop their resilience. As I think knowledge is also important, creativity is also important, but as I think resilience is very, very important because they can try again, right? They can develop their resilience, finally they can be confident, right? So actually, probably some people ask me, you asked me, right, yesterday, they are so young, right, to develop, to overcome the failure, but teachers should be there, right? Yeah, we can help them, we can support them to overcome their failure, and then the experience can develop resilience and finally confidence. Yeah, actually, proud have their own time to bloom, right? So teachers can wait for them, and they can develop their resilience, and they can be confident. And also, we have to, we will provide, actually, our school is a kind of pioneer in the kind of high school. We are the first school for the science gifted students. So we actually provided many programs, right? Kind of research. Can I talk more? Yeah.
Well, maybe in a minute.
Yeah.
Because I want to give everyone a chance.
Yeah.
But yes, your pioneering approach, teaching people that failure is okay. And I love the idea of allowing them to bloom. That's something, Lynn, coming back to you, that education doesn't often feel as if it allows students to bloom in their own time. It's too pressured.
You're right. And it goes back to the very beginning of schooling when we were trying to sort of manage and organize massive numbers of young people. And so we sorted them by age and we sorted them by grade without a whole lot of attention to the fact that there are multiple diversities in any group. You know that from your own families. Your brothers and sisters are going to be very, very different from you, even though you grew up in the same environment, with the same parents or family. So the idea that our brains continue to develop throughout our lives, that learning is a developmental process and it doesn't happen on a particular schedule, that there are folks who are sort of quick out of the blocks as learners and others who are more of a slow burn and need a bit more time, not because they have, quote, special needs, but because they're different kinds of learners. Schools are just not designed and have not been designed to accommodate the human being as a learner. Schools have been designed as managing organizations to get people through, sort of a schooling experience to an end goal, which is a diploma or a degree. So I'll connect to Liz Cho again when she started out with all those wonderful rhetorical things that people say about what education should be, and we say it all the time. Those words are not new to any of us. But living up to those words continues to be a challenge. And part of that challenge is connected again to that sort of ranking and sorting, where fundamentally we have yet to truly enact a deep belief that every child is a learner, is capable, and is worthy of a good education. Enough love for every child is not happening yet in our society. And we make our decisions based on that, how we spend our money, where the best teachers go, how schools are resourced, the list just goes on. So I think there's a lot of reckoning that we need to face.
Does anybody want to jump in on that?
Yeah, I think that's a very interesting point that unfortunately over the years our schools turned into NHS GPs. They don't really provide care. They provide just a barrier between you and the health care. So they just provide this selection pathway and then just kick and try to sort people out rather than provide education, not even knowledge. So that's and that's been a tradition for many years, and I think it has to be changed in the future.
I'd like to come back to the idea of reform. Somebody talked about reform. What sort of reform are we talking about? From my point of view, I think education has shifted a great deal because of the Industrial Revolution in the 1700s. Schools and universities now, to me, is no more than a factory. It's just how people produce goods. We are one of those products. We are called products anyway. And you are supposed to be marketed somewhere. And this is where I think the whole idea of education has shifted. I think we need to go back to what education is all about. And this reformation is something that I think we need to think back. And I talk about repurposing because education, when it started to be a better human being. How do you create a better human being in a society? School is about a small society that we learn how to function with before you go into a larger society. That's almost like a real lab. How do you function in a school, which is a society that you need to practice whatever you learn to be a better human being, to create a balanced society, to create peaceful and harmonies. But if you don't do that in school, then the moment you go out in a larger society with a lot more challenges, you will not be able to function. And the pandemic tells us this very, very clearly. Most of the schools have to close. Most industry have to close because we are not able to cope. There's no resiliency. The coping mechanisms in terms of emotion, for example, are not there. So suicide rates are going up and all the other things that we know about. The next pandemic I'm worried about will be your mental health. Until and unless we deal with mental health as part of education, it's not something that you're going to sidestep or push it aside because it has no economic value, and therefore you don't teach them. It will come back and haunt you. So the whole idea of reformation, I think, needs to be very clearly understood of where we need to move and to lift up human being in a very dignified way. I agree with Lynn. How do you level up society at the end of the day? If that fails, then I think education has failed in the general sense.
Salutary words. Thank you. Okay. Resilience again. I'd love to get some comments from the audience. Most of you are either in education, looking at all the wonderful students in front of us, or involved in education, or are educators. Does anybody have a question or comment? Raise your hand and wave it so that I can see, please. Anybody? Here's one. Can we have a microphone? Grace is running towards you with a microphone. Here we go. Thank you very much indeed.
Okay, thank you for all the panelists for the good comments on our education. And I can agree more to Lynn's comment that education should act as an equalizer, but recently is acting more like a de-equalizer. So I want to ask that, recently in Korea, we are facing the problem about the education for the gifted. So what do you think, which way is better, educating everybody in every same direction, or segregating the people, classifying them as where they are gifted and give the education separately?
Thank you very much for the question. So that's a difficult one, which many people have wrestled with. Do you segregate people out?
So I think that dichotomies are always problematic, right? So this kind of, do we do the same for everyone, or do we single out folks? And I think that there's in between. So I think that one thing that we failed at doing is sort of providing a fundamental quality education for everyone. So just beginning with that premise. The second is this idea of personalized education. That's become something that we talk about a great deal. So how do we create classrooms, schools, and educational experiences that allow students to follow their curiosities? The fact is that classrooms don't allow the exploration because there's a timetable and a curriculum that one must deliver and get through. There's a conversation about who's gifted. That's not a conversation that I'll enter in today, but I do want to ask the question, how do we measure giftedness? And isn't it surprising who ends up being designated as gifted typically is someone who is more upper middle class or middle class, male, and in a US context, white. Isn't that a problem? That should cause us to ask that question. So I think that there are examples everywhere around the world in schools and classrooms and teachers who are providing that kind of thoughtful, rich, exploratory, and rigorous education. So the question is, how do we learn from those examples? They're everywhere. And the second is, how do we scale up? And the third is, do we really have the will to support that for everyone?
Thank you. Thank you. Young, we were talking yesterday about, you were telling me how with your gifted students, you have this lovely metaphor of snorkeling. You allow them to...
Yeah, right.
Explain that to everyone.
Okay. Actually, knowledge is so vast, like the ocean. So imagine yourself snorkeling in the ocean. If you just deep dive and explore every area, and eventually we'll run out of breath, right? So what can you do? We cannot explore everywhere, right? So we have to scan the surface, and we have to find out the spot interest us, right? It's education exactly same, right? At first, we have to scan the surface. So we have to provide many areas to students, and the students should have freedom to select their major, their interest, what they like. And then they can probably deep dive and immerse themselves, and they can passionate and creativity. So that's why I want students should be exposed to many research activities, many international exchange programs, and some elective courses, many elective courses. And then they can be probably a trigger. It can trigger curiosity, read question, more creative, more passionate. Okay.
So yes, it seems to fit perfectly with the purpose of education being to find what triggers one's curiosity.
Well, I think we're just coming back to that very important question. So I think the big problem here is that when we talk about education, it's not the same about as when we talk about schools and universities, because schools and universities are not only giving the function of education and providing knowledge, they're also giving the functions of social lifts, of great equalizers, and so on. And and those are competing functions. And if you keep providing these controversial demands to our schools and universities, we keep getting these strange results that we have. Rather than equality, we get inequality from the education.
Thank you. But are they conflicting demands, Jules? Do you think that you can cover both?
I think we can have both. I think we need to balance. Life is about balancing. Yep? So when you go to one extreme and leave the other extreme, then I think this is where the problem starts. I begin to believe now, after the pandemic, that school has been too much on livelihood, or education has been too much of livelihood. Everybody wants to come to university because you want to be successful in a certain way. Somebody say, this is success, the celebrity or whatever, fame and names. Yeah? But we forget about life altogether. So when the pandemic comes, you do not know how to organize our life. When we are locked down for a week, we can manage. But 2 weeks, 3 weeks, and more after that, we do not know how to manage life. We do not know how to deal with ourselves when you're alone. The whole problem of now is about loneliness. Despite all the networks that we talked about, loneliness is the biggest problem. And how does this connect? You've got all the networks, you get all the, the likes and whatever it is that you're used to, but yet loneliness is a problem. And how do you deal with this? I think we need to come back to this balance, Adam. How do you balance livelihood and life? You know you've got so much in livelihood, but what is your life? Some successful people, sometimes their lives are very miserable. People who are economically not well off, their lives sometimes are better. They are more happier. They are, they're cheerful. They don't grumble so much. So to get this balance and to bring it back into education, and I do agree that education is not just classroom. The whole world is about education. You are here, it is part of education. So how do you broaden this the perspective that everywhere you go, you learn? I come here, I learned a lot, and I see all the things that have been done. So learning is a process that goes on 24 hours, 24/7. How do you deal with this? I think this is what I think the issue for the future.
Thank you. Ask a provocative question. So just in the long run, how your students are doing? So, how many are, in comparison with the regular school? So
it's difficult.
How many of them are CEOs, I don't know, or professors or doctors?
So actually, our education purpose to nurture well-rounded individual, actually for society, but it's like Nobel laureate. It's a special purpose. It's like Nobel laureate.
Let's cut that.
But actually, initially we try to nurture young people to be the. Actually, it's honestly, it's a Nobel laureate. Really, it's science Nobel laureate.
Nurturing laureates.
Yeah, scientists. Yeah, and then finally they can contribute to society, right? It's society, but now we wanna make them happy, right? It's individual happiness is very important, right? Mental health, like that. So actually, we wanna nurture some kind of. It's the first I commented well-rounded individual, right? So they can less stressed and much happier, right? Much happier and also creative, and they can also function in the society, right? It's very ideal. But
okay.
Yeah,
it's difficult. It's difficult to measure how people have done, isn't it?
Yeah, right.
Let's have another comment, please. There's a lady here, please. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Can we turn the microphone on? Thank you, Grace.
Hello. Thank you so much. I have a question for Professor Kostanavaselov. And as I know, you have visited a lot of countries and you must be experienced a lot of educational systems. And which one were the best or maybe the most impressive, remarkable? Thank you so much.
Well, thank you for this question. And, I don't really, it's difficult to say, but I think I can tell you from my experience at least. So what I'm really grateful for my life, that I had a chance to try different things. And at a certain moment, I actually pretty much quit the university. I had my own construction business. I was earning money for some time, and then actually good money. And then, but then I was lucky that I tried it, and I figured out that that's not what I want to do in life. And you really need to try to in quite not being already adult, because so when you are 16, 17, that's very difficult. And coming back to that question, I think it's really important to have a try for many different things. And in this sense, there's liberal art education in US, where when you have this first year of just exploring things. I mean, okay, some people explore different things, so they just so beer and all the other just types. But a lot of students actually explore different courses and select the direction of education during this year. And I think this is a very nice example of very good education.
But you became you had a construction business, and then you became a Nobel laureate at the age of 36.
Yeah.
So something in your education, presumably in Russia, gave you incredible confidence that you sort of at least knew who you were. You moved fast.
Well, that's but that's actually exactly what nothing can push you to move fast, part of yourself. And this self-motivation is extremely important. And when I hire my PhD students, of course, I look at their background and knowledge, but self-motivation is probably the dominant characteristic. So if they're not motivated, if they're not curious about themselves, I won't be able to drive them. And that's what really helped me, that I really tried many different things, and I definitely knew for sure that science and condensed matter physics is exactly what I want to do.
Mm. In a way, that's the gift, isn't it? The gift is to discover.
But it's very difficult to discover it when you are 17. So it's really, you really need to try different things.
Mm. Mm. In the little time we have remaining, does anybody want to pick up on that? Joel?
But to try different things, I think, is what education is all about. You do not know who you are until you try a variety of things. It's just like food, you know. If you just used to one food, you think that's the only thing. But when you try a variety of food, then you know which one you like. And you can then channel your interests. And this is where I agree with you, this self-motivation is something that is very crucial in driving you. So you don't have somebody else to supervise you. You supervise yourself. And that's what education is all about, I think.
And something that I was reflecting on when we named the panel, the purpose of education, it's strange because the meeting is called The Future of Learning, and everybody likes learning, but a lot of people don't like education. So finding out what you like is, for many people, a complete failure with education. At the end of the day, they haven't liked it at all. What do we do about that? Lynn, would you like to?
So I've been thinking about this whole idea of interest and finding out what you like. And I completely agree with my fellow panelists that there isn't enough sort of exploration and experimentation in schools that enable young people to try things out. Quite often you're trying things out for the first time at university level. And sometimes, you know, you take the beer route because you've never had any experience sort of being thoughtful about your own education. But I want to talk about motivation as well. And sometimes we think of motivation as something that's sort of imposed from the outside, or something that some learners have and some don't. But I want you to think about a young child, a 5-year-old, who is completely engrossed in something for hours. They say children can't sit still. Well, they can sit still for things they really want to do. If you think about someone learning how to skateboard, have you watched young people learning how to skateboard for hours on end, falling, and getting up? That's motivation. So motivation is connected to this desire to attain something that you care about.
It's true. In the case of my teenager, though, it's probably spending hours looking at their telephone doing this. That, unfortunately, is all we have time for on this panel, but it's been a lovely start to the day. Thank you very much indeed to all of you, and thank you for the questions. We'll have more chance to have the audience participate later in the day. In a short while, Lynn is going to moderate a panel following on from this one on the important question of equality. And to set the scene for that, I'm going to invite Anna Daddio, who is a senior policy analyst at UNESCO, to give an introductory talk in which she'll also touch on the question of how the digital revolution is changing education. But for now, to all my panelists, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
In a few minutes. But with that, wanted to touch on, you know, the ethics of this space a bit more.
Yeah, and this is something we have to really think carefully about. Artificial intelligence, data, and children. That's already a deeply questionable intersection. And ethics appears in a few ways. So the first is, what data are these AI systems going to be collecting when it comes to children? Are parents aware, and did they give consent, or are we just kind of rushing AI tools into class? And what can be interpreted from the data that gets collected on children? So we want to know where their stamina is on math. We don't want to interpret other emotional cues unless we have figured out how to do that safely with parent consent. So that's one area that I think we need to really understand. The second is the strange way bias shows up in AI systems. We often think about facial recognition and the cases where we know it more intimately. But there are unique ways that AI can make predictions about you when you interact with it, and then change the level of advice that it gives you or how well it performs for you based on what it knows about you. So there was a study done using most of the most famous AI systems, and it showed that when you asked the AI systems about African Americans, it gave all great positive reviews. When you gave the AI system an example of text that had more traditional African American English in it, and asked the AI systems questions about that user, the AI system would say, oh, this person's never going to go anywhere, I can't even imagine a job for them, they'll be in low-wage jobs. Picture this in education. The AI system detects somebody has this kind of ethnic background or is this gender, and then gives the teacher worse feedback on that student in terms of assessments, or gives the student worse advice in problem solving because it has already made a prediction that that student is not going to go anywhere in life. So these are the more subtle ways we have to apply foresight to ethics, or ethics and foresight in academia. And I'd say the final thing that we're going to have to watch out for, and we saw this with social media after the fact, is the relationships kids are going to build with these systems. We are now giving kids access to an infinite, never-ending opportunity to engage with an imaginary friend, something that is always on, can answer all of their questions. That is a recipe for a new type of addiction. And we have to really be looking out for this. We kind of missed the boat on smartphones, and now we're all trying to get them back out of the classrooms. We can see this line of sight directly with AI systems and chatbots. And this isn't, of course, all on educators. This has to come to tech companies, how we design these systems, age-gating them. But something to look out for is this kind of new addiction that might form between kids and chatbots. And that is not going to end up well. and do our best to bring parents on board with that. So even if that's at parent-teacher interviews, just casually saying, look out for the amount of time your kid spends chatting with a chatbot. I noticed they were a little bit more disengaged in class. That could be where. So this is another area that we have to apply foresight to, but we can see that line of sight happening quite clearly if we don't intervene.
Yeah, in a similar way that we've been talking about, parents and learners having that visibility into their own data and kind of their performance and how engaged they are with their work. Should there be a case where everybody has that visibility into the relationships with these chatbots? Where do you think that line can be drawn? But I feel like if there is that visibility, then people can be a little bit more relaxed. But then is that
I would say that question needs to be answered by a psychiatrist and a psychologist. That is why these are multidisciplinary conversations. We need to bring everybody to the board. An addiction or a relationship with a chatbot shouldn't be something that kids download in the App Store. So psychologists, psychiatrists, doctors, I welcome you to this conversation because we need your voice in it. It can't just be happening out of Silicon Valley. It can't just be left to parents to deal with on their own. Everybody needs to come to the table. We saw what happened with social media. We don't have to do that social experiment again.
So well said. Okay, we're going to take some questions here. This one's from Rob. How do you see AI increasing the digital divide, especially in underserved communities in developing nations? And how do we as leaders stop this cycle?
And we can see that general purpose technologies build on each other, right? So the communities that didn't get equal access to electricity, they're the communities that are struggling with the digital divide, and then there'll be an AI divide. That is why that first pillar that I discussed, AI as a hard skill, teaching kids how to use artificial intelligence, how to prompt it, how to use it safely is vital, because that may be the only opportunity kids get access to these AI systems. So that's why it's not pushing AI out of schools. It's being very careful about adjusting how kids learn with AI, but making sure we build AI as a hard skill is absolutely vital in schools and in education. When it comes to the broader world, this is a question that nation states are facing urgently, making sure there are things like sovereign AI, that every country gets access to computing power, the opportunity to build the STEM skills within their population, to adopt these technologies. That is a global conversation that's also happening against a very geopolitically uncertain time. But it's a really important question, and unfortunately, I wouldn't be able to answer it in 30 seconds.
Yeah. And I don't know, just to add something just small to that, in a way, could AI introduce to everyone, because everyone's got a smartphone, regardless of their socioeconomic situation, if students aren't taught how to use it and just over-rely on it, and that could be put some at a disadvantage. Let's take another question. We're aware that AI cannot replace in-person instructors, but will it and should it replace the online asynchronous instructors in higher ed?
I'm not exactly sure what is meant by this question.
Yeah, I guess how I interpret this question is, so we know the value of in-person instruction and the need for that human connection. There are other modalities of learning. Some is kind of like on-demand learning, and then you've got some which is like live, synchronous, but digital. My thought on that is, I think when content is pre-recorded, maybe that's not the best use of a teacher's time to have sat in front of a camera and kind of read through all of that content themselves. Maybe that is a scenario where you can outsource that to an avatar or an AI in a different format that is proven to be more personalized and adaptive. And I would imagine that any human-to-human interaction that's focused on human connection is good, whether that's in person or has to be online.
And I think that there's also something interesting here, and we actually don't know the answer to this question, but if you're taking, say, a physics class online, what now happens when the physics teacher is also now powered by these supercomputers, and how their perspective on physics changes and how they see the world, and then getting access to that person in addition to the AI. So the answer, I think the jury is still out on how that would unfold, specifically as it relates to online learning.
Yeah, absolutely. And there are, I work with a company that creates AI twins for experts. And what's going to happen next is that expertise that they trade on, they own their expertise, but they're going to be able to enrich that expertise with real-time data that they choose to bring in. And so, would you speak to that real expert, or would you speak to that expert's AI twin? Well,